Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Cassandra. The clatter of silverware against porcelain is the official soundtrack of my life. Tonight it's reached a fever pitch, a chaotic symphony conducted by 100 demanding guests who all seem to think holiday spirit is something you order from the top-shelf menu. From my vantage point by the service station, the Monarch Crest Lodge's grand dining hall is a glittering snow globe of festive chaos. A 20-foot fir tree, dripping with crystal ornaments, looms over the room like a silent, judgmental god. Every table is a tableau of wealth, cashmere sweaters, ski lift tans, and heirloom jewelry that could probably pay my rent for the next decade. Table 7 needs more bread, Cass. And the woman in the red dress looks like she's about to write a 1-star review with her eyes. I turn to find Bree leaning against the polished mahogany, a faint upturn of her lips. Her own server apron is dusted with flour, and a stray curl has escaped her tight bun, but her eyes are bright with the same battle-weary energy I feel deep in my bones. The woman in the red dress has looked like that since she complained the complimentary mints weren't vegan, I murmur, expertly loading a tray with water goblets. I think it's just her face. Bree snorts, a quick, sharp sound she muffles behind her hand. You're terrible. I'm observant, I correct her, my lips twitching. There's a difference. Whatever. Just charm her before Marco sees. He's been pacing by the kitchen entrance like a caged bear. She gestures with her chin. Something about the new boss being here. The big guy. Has the whole place wound tight. The new boss. The whispers have been ricocheting through the staff corridors for a week. Some mystery heir from the Ashford side of the empire, here to rattle cages and probably fire half the staff before New Year's. I grab the bread basket. The linen's still warm. Let me work my magic on red dress. Try not to let Marco eat you while I'm gone. No promises, Bree calls after me, her voice swallowed by the din. Weaving through the tables is a practice dance. A sidestep to avoid a flailing toddler, a graceful pivot around a waiter balancing a tray of champagne flutes, a forced patient smile for a man who snaps his fingers to get my attention. My body is on autopilot, but my mind is busy cataloging details. The way the woman at table 9 discreetly slips her wedding ring into her purse when her husband leaves for the restroom. The teenage son at table 4, misery etched onto his face as he stares at his phone, ignoring the $5,000 ski jacket his parents probably just bought him. I see people. It's what I do. I see the cracks in their perfect polished veneers. And later, when the noise finally fades, I draw them. Here we are, I say, my voice several degrees warmer than I feel as I place the bread on table 7. The woman looks up, her eyes narrowing. Is there anything else I can bring for you this evening? This water, she says, tapping a perfectly manicured nail against her glass. It tastes local. I hold her gaze, my smile fixed. It is. It's from the mountain spring. It's one of the lodge's signature features. She takes a grudging sip. I suppose it will have to do. The shift finally ends close to midnight. The dining hall is quiet now, save for the hum of the industrial vacuums and the soft clinking of the night crew resetting tables. My feet ache, a deep throbbing protest against the last 8 hours. Bree is waiting for me by the employee lockers, shrugging on a thick puffer coat. "Ready for the victory march?" she asks, zipping it up to her chin. "Born ready," I lie. Most nights I find a quiet corner before heading out, a little pocket of stillness to decompress. Tonight, it's an alcove by the grand staircase, where a plush velvet armchair is tucked away from view. I pull the worn, leather-bound sketchbook and a charcoal pencil from my tote bag. The paper is soft, filled with faces I don't know. They come to me in flashes, in dreams, the curve of a lip, the arch of a brow, the intensity in a pair of eyes. I sketch them to make them real, to prove I'm not just imagining them. Tonight it's a man's jawline, sharp, severe, like it was carved from granite. I draw the faint shadow of stubble, the hard line of his mouth. He's a stranger, but my fingers move with a frustrating familiarity, as if they've traced this shape before. The face belongs in a place like this, confident, powerful, and utterly unapproachable. I shade the hollow of his cheek, a wave of melancholy washing over me. He feels lonely. "Still drawing your ghosts?" I look up, startled. Bree is watching me, her expression soft. I close the book, the spell broken. "Something like that." "Come on, it's late, and if I don't lie down in the next 10 minutes, I might just do it right here on this Persian rug." She grins, and I can't help but smile back. We step out of a service exit into the biting cold. The air is clean and sharp, smelling of pine and snow. The lodge is perched on the mountainside, a sprawling beacon of light and warmth. Below, the valley is a sea of darkness, dotted with the distant lights of the town. The sky is a sweep of mercilessly clear, star-dusted ink. It's beautiful, in a way that makes you feel impossibly small. "Shortcut?" Bree asks, nodding toward the narrow path that hugs on the perimeter of the property. It's faster, a straight shot to the staff cabins, carved into the hillside below. It also runs directly alongside a sheer 100-foot drop. My stomach plummets. The world tilts, just for a second, the distant lights of the valley blurring into streaks. A wave of dizziness washes over me, cold and sickening. My hand instinctively grips the rough wood of the doorframe. I think I'll take the long way," I say, my voice sounding thin and distant to my own ears. "Forgot I need to think about some stuff." The quiet helps. Bree frowns, pulling her beanie down over her ears. "Cass, it's like 10 degrees out. The long way will add 20 minutes. "I know. I just need the walk." The excuse sounds pathetic, even to me. "You always need the walk," she says, her tone more curious than accusatory. "You know, for someone who isn't afraid of a condescending guest who tips 7%, you have a weird thing about that path." "I just like the woods," I lie, forcing a casual shrug. She holds my gaze for a beat longer, then nods, letting it go. "All right, weirdo. Don't get eaten by a yeti. See you tomorrow." She turns and disappears down the cliffside path, her flashlight beam a tiny bouncing star against the darkness. I wait until she's gone, taking a deep, shuddering breath. I turn my back on the shortcut and head toward the winding service road, the path that curves deep into the dark, silent woods before looping back toward the cabins. Every step is a reminder of this strange, baseless fear. I'm not afraid of heights, not really. I can stand on the lodge's highest balcony without a problem. It's just this cliff, this specific jagged edge of the world. It feels hungry, like it's waiting. My cabin is small, but it's mine. The contrast to the lodge's curated luxury is almost comical. My furniture is thrifted, my blankets are mismatched, and the air smells like herbal tea and turpentine. It's the closest thing to a home I've ever known. I kick off my snow-caked boots and put the kettle on, my body finally starting to thaw. Tacked to the corkboard above my small desk is a flyer, a picture of a smiling 7-year-old boy with a shock of black hair and a gap in his teeth. Help Leo get his smile back. The words are a constant heavy weight in my chest. The orphanage needs the money for his surgery by the end of the month. It's a number so impossibly large, I can't even let myself think about it for too long. I change into a soft, worn sweater and a pair of leggings, ready to collapse into bed and let the dream faces have their way with me. Just as I'm turning off the main light, my phone buzzes, the screen a harsh slash of white in the darkness. It's Marco. I groan and answer it. Marco, my shift ended an hour ago. I know, I'm sorry, Wells. His voice is a frantic, high-pitched whisper. But I'm in a bind, a real bind. What's wrong? The guest in the founder's penthouse, he just called down. I want a bottle of the 95 Macallan and a cheese plate. The kitchen is closed. The night porters are all on the other side of the resort. And I can't leave the front desk. The founder's penthouse, the most exclusive suite in the entire lodge, reserved for owners and royalty. So, what do you want me to do? I have the scotch here. I can get security to unlock the pantry for the cheese. I just need someone to run it up there. Please, Cassandra. The guest he's the new boss, Mr. Ashford. The name hangs in the air. The big guy. The mystery heir. My stomach does a slow, nervous flip. This is a terrible idea. I'm off the clock. I'm exhausted. And I have a strict policy of avoiding men who can afford $30,000 bottles of scotch. Marco, I don't know. I'll approve you for 4 hours of overtime, he says with desperation. I'm begging you. He specifically asked for someone to bring it up, and you're the only one I can trust not to spill it or say something weird. 4 hours of overtime. It's not enough for Leo, not even close, but it's something. I close my eyes, a wave of resignation washing over me. Fine, I sigh. I'm putting my boots back on. Thank you. Thank you, Wells. Just be professional. He's important. The line goes dead. I stand in the stillness of my cabin for a long moment, the warmth of my impending sleep already a distant memory. The new boss, in the penthouse, alone. I pull my uniform jacket back on over my sweater, the fabric stiff and cold. This is just another table, I tell myself. Another guest. It doesn't matter who he is. But as I step back out into the freezing night, heading toward the glittering lodge, a strange, unaccountable shiver runs down my spine. It has nothing to do with the cold. I meet Marco at the service elevator. He thrusts a heavy silver tray into my hands. On it sits a crystal decanter filled with liquid gold and a plate of artisanal cheeses that probably cost more than my weekly groceries. The penthouse is the only room on the top floor. You can't miss it, he says, his eyes wide. He smooths down my apron, his hands fidgeting. I've got it, Marco. Okay. He takes a deep breath. Don't mess this up.
Chapter 2. Gwen. The fire in the hearth is a meticulously controlled performance. It spits and crackles on cue, the flames dancing behind a wrought iron screen, casting flickering amber light across the ridiculously expensive rug. It's a parody of warmth, a 5-star cage designed to look like a home. I swirl the Macallan in my glass, the heavy crystal cool against my palm. The scent of peat and oak does nothing to cut through the cloying sweetness of the pine garlands draped over every available surface. This entire penthouse smells like a marketing team's idea of Christmas. It smells like my father. He loved this place. The Monarch Crest Lodge. Not just the business of it, but the very mythology. He spoke of the hand-carved beams and the locally sourced river stone as if they were sacred relics. To him, this lodge was the future. The crown jewel of the Ashford-Monarch merger, a dynasty set in stone and timber. Now he's gone. The Monarchs are ghosts, and I'm the one left holding the keys to his ridiculously opulent mausoleum. My phone vibrates on the granite-topped bar, a jarring buzz in the curated silence. I already know who it is. I let it ring 3 times before picking it up, a small, petty act of resistance. "Sterling," I say, my voice flat. "K-Man, just checking in." His voice booms, painfully cheerful. "Did she arrive? 5-star service, am I right? Only the best." "Don't call me that," I say, turning to watch the snow begin to drift past the floor-to-ceiling windows. The flakes are fat and lazy, a white curtain slowly descending to cut this place off from the rest of the world. Right. Sorry. Ashford," he corrects himself, the cheer only marginally dimmed. "So? What do you think? Better than spending the week moping, no? Is that what you think I'm doing? Moping?" I take a sip of the scotch. The burn is the only honest thing I've felt all day. "Hey man, I get it. First holiday without your dad. It's rough. I just figured a little distraction would be good for you. Take your mind off things." A distraction. That's what he called her. A discreet, professional distraction from a service he has on speed dial. The thought of it makes something curl in my gut. The easy, transactional nature of my world has never felt so hollow. The only thing I need my mind taken off of is this quarterly transition report, which, unlike you, I've actually read. There's a beat of silence on his end. Ouch. Okay, point taken. All business. But seriously, when she gets there, just relax. You're the king of the castle up there. Enjoy the view. The view. From here I can see the entire valley, or I could if it weren't for the snow. I can see the sharp, unforgiving line of the cliffs on the far side of the property. The spot where their car went over. The monarchs. The family that was supposed to be my future. My business. My whatever. They vanished off the face of the earth, and in doing so, they took the light from my father's eyes. He spent the last 15 years of his life chasing their ghost, obsessed with the legacy that crumbled before it was even built. He wasn't the same after. He became brittle, his ambition curdling into a quiet, desperate obsession. I don't blame them for the crash, but I blame them for what their absence did to him. The view is the same as it was last year, I say to Sterling, my voice colder than I intend, and the year before that. All right, I get it. You're in a mood, he says, finally sounding exasperated. Look, just text me if you need anything. Try to have a little fun, man. It's Christmas. He hangs up before I can tell him not to call me again tonight. I toss the phone onto a leather armchair and drain my glass. Fun. As if that's something you can order up, like a bottle of scotch and a cheese plate. Which reminds me. The decanter on the bar is nearly empty. My father's private stock. Ironic. I find the penthouse phone, its minimalist design an insult to function, and dial the front desk. A harried, reedy voice answers. Front desk, Marco speaking. Ashford. Penthouse, I say, clipping the words. I need a bottle of the 95 Macallan and a cheese plate brought up. Now. Sir, Mr. Ashford, of course, he stammers. The kitchens. They've just closed for the night, sir. I stare into the fire, my patience wearing thin. Then have someone open them. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Right away. I hang up without another word. I hate the way my name makes people jump, the way my tone makes them flinch. It was my father's way of speaking, and it fits me like a suit I never wanted to own. I walk to the window, pressing my palm against the cold glass. The snow is coming down harder now, a thick, silent blanket. This place is a trap. I'm supposed to be here for the next 2 weeks, playing the part of the dutiful son, the competent heir, overseeing the holiday operations he loved so much. I'm supposed to smile at the investors, glad hand the long-term guests, and pretend this legacy isn't a lead weight in my gut. And somewhere, in the middle of all this, I'm supposed to welcome a stranger into my bed because my friend thinks it will cure my grief. The whole thing is obscene. I should call the front desk back and cancel the escort. I should tell Sterling to lose my number. I should get on the first helicopter out of here in the morning and let this entire lodge rot. But I don't, because that would be running, and my father's ghost would never let me hear the end of it. So I'll stay. I'll do the job. And maybe for one night, I'll let the world be as transactional and empty as it feels. Maybe the numbness is a mercy. The minutes tick by. The only sounds are the fire and the faint whisper of the wind against the glass. I'm on my second glass from the new bottle when it finally comes. A soft knock. 2 gentle raps against the heavy oak door. Not the confident, almost aggressive knock I was expecting. It's hesitant, polite. I run a hand through my hair, my body tensing. Right. The performance. I drain my glass, setting it down with a sharp click. I straighten my shoulders, schooling my features into a mask of detached indifference. It's just a transaction. No different than the one I just had with the man at the front desk. An exchange of services for money. Clean. Simple. Empty. I pull open the door, and the woman standing there is not the one I was expecting. She's wearing the standard staff uniform, a black apron over a crisp white shirt, her name, Cassandra, stitched in gold thread over her heart. She's holding a heavy silver tray, and the weight of it makes her arms tremble slightly. Her skin is the color of warm mahogany, and her dark, curly hair is pulled back in a simple, no-nonsense style, though a few rebellious coils have escaped to frame her face. But it's her eyes that stop me. They're the color of dark, rich almonds, and they are utterly, profoundly exhausted. There's no practiced seduction in her gaze, no flirty smile. There's just the deep, bone-weary fatigue of someone who has been on her feet for too many hours. She looks at me, and for the first time all night, I feel like someone is actually seeing me. Not my name, not my title, but the man standing in a doorway holding his breath. She isn't the distraction Sterling ordered. She's the waitress who brought my scotch.
Chapter 3. Cassandra. He stands in the doorway, a tall, sharp silhouette against the warm, firelit room behind him. The man from my sketchbook. It's an impossible thought, but there it is. The same severe jawline, the same steel blue eyes, though in person they're clouded with something more than just shadow. They're empty. He looks from the silver tray in my hands to my face, a slow, clinical appraisal that makes the fine hairs on my arm stand on end. There's no recognition in his gaze. To him, I'm just part of the hotel's machinery. My uniform jacket is still zipped up over my apron, obscuring my name tag. To him, I'm nameless. "You're not who I was expecting," he says. His voice is a low rumble, smooth and deep, laced with the smoky edge of expensive scotch. My own voice feels trapped in my throat. I clear it, forcing the practiced, polite tone of a good employee. "Room service, sir, for Mr. Ashford." I hoist the tray slightly, an offering. He doesn't even glance at it. His eyes stay on mine. "I didn't order room service. My manager, Marco, said you called down for a bottle of the 95 Macallan and a cheese plate." My words end in a question. My job is to be accommodating, but his stare is making me feel like I've done something wrong just by existing. A flicker of understanding and then dismissal crosses his features. "Right, I did, but that's not what I meant." He steps back, a silent, commanding invitation to enter. The door clicks shut behind me, a sound of soft, expensive finality that sends a shiver down my spine. There was supposed to be someone else. I set the heavy tray down on a marble-top table, my hands grateful to be free. "I can call the front desk, sir, if there's been a mistake with an order from one of our partners." I keep my tone neutral, professional. I know exactly what kind of partners he's talking about. "No," he says, his voice dangerously soft as he turns to face me fully. "Don't do that." He walks toward me, his movements fluid and unnervingly silent on the plush rug. "This might be better." He stops a few feet away, close enough that I can smell the scotch on his breath, the crisp scent of his laundry, and something else. A clean, masculine scent that is uniquely his. You're not on the clock for anyone else tonight, are you? My shift is over, I say, my voice coming out firmer than I expect. I was called in for this delivery, that's all. Good. He gives a slow, deliberate nod. I have a proposal for you. I'm not for sale, Mr. Ashford. The words are out before I can stop them, sharp and instinctive. My heart hammers against my ribs. I've just insulted the new owner of this entire mountain. Instead of anger, his lips curve into a ghost of a smile. It doesn't reach his eyes. I'm not buying you. I'm buying your time. There's a difference. He walks to a sleek black briefcase, his back to me. I had an arrangement for companionship this evening. An arrangement I now find distasteful, but the core requirement remains. I don't want to be alone. He opens the briefcase. The soft clicks of the latches echo in the vast, quiet room. He pulls out stacks of cash. Neat, paper-banded hundreds. My breath catches. I want you to stay until morning, he says, his voice perfectly even. He's not drunk. Not really. This is a calculated decision. You can sit by the fire and read. You can watch the snow. I don't care. Just be here when I go to sleep and be gone before I wake up. He places a stack on the polished bar top, and then another. For your time, I'm prepared to offer $20,000. The number slams into me. It's the number. The one I see every time I look at the flyer on my corkboard. Help Leo get his smile back. The exact cost of the craniofacial surgery for the quiet 7-year-old who draws dragons and who deserves to grow up without pain. The payment deadline is next Friday. My mind is a frantic, screaming mess. No, this is insane. You can't. But the image of Leo's hopeful face is a vice around my heart. No, I manage to whisper. I can't. He turns, his expression unreadable. He clearly wasn't expecting that answer. He studies my face, his head tilted. Everyone has a price. Not for that, I say, finding a sliver of defiance. I'm not who you think I am. I don't think you're anyone but a woman who is smart enough to recognize an opportunity. He walks back to the briefcase and adds another stack to the pile, the gesture deliberate, almost insulting. $30,000 for a few hours of your time? No strings attached, tax-free. Is your integrity really worth more than that? He's baiting me, treating me like one of his corporate takeovers. And the worst part is, he's right. Is my pride, my fear, worth more than Leo's future? Than a child's chance to live without pain? No, it's not. The fight goes out of me in a single crushing wave. I can't find my voice to say yes, so I just give a small jerky nod. His eyes narrow, a flicker of victory in their depths. I thought so, he says softly. He gestures toward the tray. You can put that in the kitchen. My body moves, a puppet on strings pulled by desperation. In the ridiculously opulent kitchen, I set the room service tray on a black marble island. The faint clatter of silver against ceramic echoes in the vast room. I catch my reflection in the dark, mirrored surface of a wine fridge, and my breath hitches. It's me, but it isn't. This version of me is a stranger, her eyes wide with a terror that borders on arousal. Her waitress uniform a costume for a part she never auditioned for. For Leo, I whisper. The words a prayer to a God I'm not sure is listening anymore. I am doing this for him. When I return to the living room, he's standing by the fire, a tumbler of amber liquid swirling in his hand. He's taken off his jacket, and the white shirt he wears is so fine it's almost translucent in the firelight, hinting at the hard planes of muscle across his back. Take it off. His voice is a low command, devoid of warmth, that cuts right through me. I flinch. Take it off, he repeats, turning to face me. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't have to. The quiet authority in it is absolute. He pins me with a look so intense, it feels like a physical touch. I've changed the terms of our little arrangement. You said my time was all you were buying? I stammer, my voice a pathetic squeak. A dark, humorless smile touches his lips. I did. But then I saw the way you looked at me when you walked in, like a cornered animal that can't decide if it wants to bolt or bite. He closes the distance. And I decided I want more than your time. I want all of you. He stops, his gaze dropping to the rapid pulse fluttering at the base of my throat. Is the price still right? The air crackles. This is a choice, but it feels like a damnation. A willing walk into the flames. I think of Leo, and the choice is made. My fingers, shaking so badly I can barely control them, go to the zipper of my jacket. Just so we're clear, I say. The words a last, desperate grasp for control. You don't own me. He closes the remaining distance between us in 2 silent strides. He's so close I can feel the heat rolling off his body. He leans down, his lips brushing against my ear as he speaks. His voice a gravelly whisper that makes every hair on my body stand on end. For tonight, little bird, I own every breath you take, every sound you make, every inch of this pretty brown skin. Let's not pretend this is anything but what it is. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
When the sky begins to turn a bruised shade of dawn, I untangle myself from his limbs. I dress in the ruins of the night, my movements stiff. The stacks of cash on the nightstand seem to mock me. This was the price for my body. But what is the price for my soul? My fingers hover over the money. I need it. Leo needs it. But I can't take it. To take it would be to agree to his terms, that he owned me. And after what just passed between us, after the confessions torn from my throat, I know that what happened here was more than a transaction. It was a collision. Taking the money would make it cheap. It would make me cheap. I back away from the bed, from the man, from the money. I slip out of the penthouse, the heavy door clicking shut like the closing of a tomb. As I step outside into the biting wind and swirling snow, the cold feels like a violent cleansing shock. It scourges my skin, but it can't touch the filthy, beautiful, sinful brand he left on my soul.
Chapter 4. Quinn. I wake to silence, not the curated, wealthy silence of the penthouse, but a profound, hollow emptiness that rings in my ears. The fire has died down to a bed of glowing embers. Morning light, pale and unforgiving, streams through the massive windows, illuminating the specks of dust dancing in the air. The space beside me in the king-sized bed is cold. I'm alone. My first thought, sharp and unwelcome, is good. It was a transaction. She fulfilled her side of the revised terms. Now it's over. But my body remembers. I roll onto my back, the scent of her still clinging to the sheets, a faint, clean fragrance of jasmine, and something uniquely her. It's a ghost in the empty room. My memory of the night is not the blurry, scotch-soaked recollection I'd expected. It's sharp, vivid, a series of high-definition images burned into my mind. The quiet defiance in her almond-shaped eyes when she said, "You don't own me." The feel of her curls, impossibly soft, spilling through my fingers as I tangled my hand in her hair. The way her body, a contradiction of soft curves and steely strength, surrendered to mine with a broken, honest cry. And the image that plays on a relentless loop, the reflection in the dark wood of the headboard, the elegant curve of her spine, and there, at the base of it, a perfect crescent moon birthmark, stark and beautiful against her deep mahogany skin. I remember the jolt of seeing it, a strange, inexplicable feeling of recognition, like finding a word on the tip of your tongue. I throw back the impossibly soft duvet and swing my legs out of bed, a headache starting to throb at my temples. I need coffee. I need a distraction from the memory of a woman whose name I never learned. I walk into the main living area, my bare feet cold on the polished wood floor. And then it hits me. On the gleaming surface of the bar, exactly where I left it, is the money. $30,000, sitting in 3 neat, untouched stacks. I stop dead. I stare at the cash, a knot of confusion tightening in my gut. This doesn't make sense. No one leaves the money. In my world, the money is the entire point. It's the beginning and the end of the arrangement. You take the money, you provide the service, you disappear. Clean. Simple. She didn't take it. A wave of something that feels dangerously like anger washes over me. Did I offend her? Was I too rough? Did she regret it so much that even a life-changing amount of money felt dirty? The thought is a sharp, unexpected sting to my pride. I walk over to the chair where she folded her uniform with such absurd, meticulous care. I run my hand over the leather, half expecting to find some other trace of her. Nothing. She vanished as completely as the monarchs did, leaving nothing but a mystery and a pile of cash. My eyes scan the floor, and that's when I see it. Tucked partially under the armchair is a small, folded cocktail napkin, smudged with charcoal. I bend down and pick it up. Unfolding it, I feel my breath catch. It's a sketch. A half-finished drawing of the fireplace, but rendered with a skill that is anything but amateur. She captured the flicker of the flames, the rough texture of the river stone, the way the light and shadow played across the hearth. It's beautiful and sad and startlingly intimate. She saw this cold, performative room and found something real within it. I traced the charcoal lines with my thumb. She was here. She was real. And she's an artist. My phone buzzes on the bar, a harsh, unwelcome intrusion. I already know who it is. I pick it up, the napkin still in my other hand. "What do you want, Sterling?" "Good morning, sunshine," his voice booms. "Rise and shine, so? The official morning after report. Did the distraction distract? Was she worth the price tag?" I clench my jaw, the crassness of his question setting my teeth on edge. I look at the delicate sketch on the napkin. She was fine. Just fine? Sterling sounds genuinely offended. "'Kay, man, that service is premium. 5-star reviews across the board. Fine is not in their vocabulary. She should have rocked your world, cleared your head, made you forget all about this dusty old lodge." I look out the window. The snow has stopped, blanketing the world in a pristine, silent white. My head is perfectly clear. Thank you. So, give me the details. Was she a bombshell? Did she have any fun tricks? A flash of her sad, tired eyes comes to my mind. The memory feels private, profane to share with a man like Sterling. "It's none of your business." "Whoa, okay," he says, a laugh in his voice. "Testy. She must have really done a number on you. Or was she a dud? You can tell me if she was a dud. I'll get a refund." "She wasn't a dud," I snap, my voice sharper than I intend. "Good. So what's the problem? Why do you sound like you just lost a board meeting?" I make a decision. I want to see his reaction. I want to throw a grenade into his simple, transactional world. She didn't take the money. Silence. For a full 5 seconds, broken only by the static on the line. "What?" Sterling finally sputters. "What do you mean she didn't take the money? All of it?" "It's sitting right here on the bar. Every dollar." No way, he said, his voice a mix of disbelief and morbid curiosity. Did you piss her off? What did you do, Quen? You have to actually, pay them. I tried. She left before I woke up. So she's an idiot? Or a weirdo? Maybe she's one of those method actresses who was just really into the girl next door role. That's bizarre, man. No one leaves that much money on the table. I look at the sketch again. She isn't an idiot or a weirdo. She's something else. Something that doesn't fit into any of the neat little boxes my world is built on. A strange, unfamiliar wave of protectiveness washes over me. Maybe she just has some self-respect, I hear myself say. Sterling laughs, a short, incredulous bark. Self-respect? For 30 grand, I'd let you call me Shirley and paint me green. This isn't about self-respect. It's business. She broke the contract. There was no contract, Sterling. It was a pathetic attempt on your part to manage my grief. Okay, you know what? I'm hanging up now, he says, his voice tight with frustration. You are officially in the worst mood I have ever heard you in. My multi-$1,000 gift, which was supposed to get you laid and chill you out, has somehow made you even more of a jerk. You're welcome. The line goes dead. He's right. I'm in a foul mood. Because nothing makes sense. The woman with the sad eyes and the artist's hand makes no sense. The money on the bar makes no sense. The hollow feeling in my chest, a feeling that has nothing to do with my father, makes no sense. I carefully fold the napkin and slide it into my wallet, tucking it behind my credit cards. It's a secret. A clue. A tangible piece of a mystery I suddenly, desperately want to solve. Who is she? My phone rings again, dragging me from my thoughts. I expect it to be Sterling, calling back to apologize or to insult me further. But the caller ID reads, Jonathan Pierce, Ashford Legal. I answer, my tone shifting instantly from personal to professional. Jonathan. Quen. Good morning. Sorry to call so early on a Saturday. His voice is all business, crisp and formal. We have a situation. I'm sure we do, I say, walking to the window and looking out at the deceptively peaceful, snow-covered cliffs. What is it? The board held an emergency session an hour ago. It was virtual, of course. They're panicking about the holiday numbers, the investor week coming up, and the leadership vacuum since your father. He trails off respectfully. Get to the point, Jonathan. They've invoked the emergency succession clause, the one your father put in his revised charter 2 years ago. A cold dread begins to creep up my spine. I know exactly which clause he's talking about. And as of an hour ago, you are no longer just an observer here. The board has granted you full, unilateral operational authority over the Monarch Crest Lodge and all its assets, effective immediately. The words still in the air, heavy and suffocating. I came here to hide, to fulfill a token obligation and escape. So I'm in charge, I say, the words tasting like ash. You're in charge, he confirms. The holiday season, Quen. It's officially your responsibility now. The line goes dead, but I don't lower the phone. I stare out at the sprawling resort below me. My father's kingdom. My prison. And somewhere inside it, serving coffee or folding linens, is a woman with a crescent moon birthmark and an artist's soul. A woman who is now, for all intents and purposes, my employee.
Chapter 5. Cassandra. 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since I walked out of the founder's penthouse, and the ghost of that night follows me everywhere. It's in the scent of expensive scotch from the bar, in the sight of a guest's tailored suit, in the low crackle of the fireplace in the grand lobby. The entire lodge has become a minefield of memories I'm trying desperately to outrun. The final frenzy before Christmas is in full swing, which should be a welcome distraction. Instead, the relentless cheer feels like a personal attack. The nonstop carols are a grating soundtrack to my anxiety, and the throngs of wealthy, happy families are a stark reminder of everything I don't have. Ma'am, your son can't build a fort with the bread rolls. I force a smile at a woman in a ridiculously oversized fur hat, gesturing to the small boy at her table, who is currently constructing a gluten-based fortress around his orange juice. The woman gives me a withering look. He's expressing his creativity. This is supposed to be a family-friendly establishment, isn't it? Of course, I say, my smile feeling stretched and brittle. It's just that our chef is also very creative, and he'd hate to see his brioche used as a building material instead of a vessel for our house-churned butter. Before Fur Hat can formulate a complaint to my manager, Bree swoops in like a guardian angel armed with a coffee pot. More coffee for you, ma'am, she chirps, her own smile 1,000 times more genuine than mine. And for the young architect, how about we get you some of our special Christmas cookies to build with instead? They're much better for structural integrity. The kid's eyes light up, and the mother, mollified by the offer of free sugar, gives a curt nod. Bree winks at me as she walks away, and I feel a wave of gratitude for her. She's the only thing keeping me sane. Later, we're crammed into the noisy, overheated staff break room, scarfing down leftover pastries on our 15-minute break. The room smells like stale coffee and wet wool. Okay, spill, Bree says, leaning forward on the rickety table, her dark eyes narrowed. You've been off all week, and don't give me the holiday rush excuse. This is different. You're jumpy, you're quiet. Quieter than usual, I mean. And yesterday I watched you stare at a glass of water for 3 full minutes like it held the secrets to the universe. I break off a piece of my croissant, stalling. I'm just tired. My dreams have been weird lately. That part at least is true. The vague, shadowy faces in my sketchbook have been replaced by nightmares that feel terrifyingly real. They're always the same. The squeal of tires on ice, the scent of pine and gasoline, the stomach-lurching sensation of falling through a world of swirling, suffocating snow. I always wake up with my heart hammering, the sheets damp with sweat. Weird how? Bree pushes, relentless. Just weird. I offer her a weak shrug. Stress dreams. She's not buying it. She gestures with a half-eaten Danish toward my tote bag, where the corner of my sketchbook is peeking out. It wouldn't have anything to do with the emotionally constipated Ken doll you've been drawing nonstop, would it? My entire body tenses. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, please, she scoffs, popping the rest of the Danish in her mouth. Don't think I haven't noticed. For 2 weeks, it's been the same guy. Sharp jaw, moody eyes, hair that looks like it would cost a fortune to look that effortlessly messy. Who is he? An ex? A celebrity crush? Did you see him on one of those billionaire reality shows? He's no one, I say, the lie tasting like ash. Just a face. It's an exercise. An exercise in what? Torturing yourself? She leans in, her voice dropping. Cass, I've never seen you draw the same person twice. Now he's practically the only thing in that book. Talk to me. I look into her kind, concerned face and feel a pang of guilt. But what can I possibly say? Oh, you know, I secretly spent the night with a handsome, lonely stranger in the penthouse for a ridiculous amount of money that I was too proud to take, and now I can't get him out of my head. It's like a song stuck in my head, I finally say, the explanation feeling flimsy even as I say it. If I draw him enough, maybe he'll go away. I'm just trying to get it out of my system. Bree looks skeptical, but she lets it go, switching topics. Well, speaking of emotionally constipated men, have you heard the latest? Marco is making everyone go to that all-hands staff briefing this afternoon. Ugh, I saw the memo. What's so important it can't be an email? Rumor is, she says, her eyes wide with gossip. We're finally going to meet the phantom CEO, the Ashford heir. Apparently, he's been holed up in the penthouse for weeks, and now he's decided to grace us mortals with his presence. My blood runs cold. The penthouse. No, it can't be. It's a coincidence. There are a million Ashfords. They say he's here to shake things up, Bree continues, oblivious to my internal crisis. Cutting costs, new management. People are terrified. Personally, I just hope he's hot. If I'm going to get fired right before Christmas, I at least want some nice eye candy to soften the blow. I try to force a laugh, but it comes out as a strangled cough. You're ridiculous. I'm realistic, she counters. Now come on, break's over. Time to go smile at people who think seasonal cheer is a valid reason to tip 8%. The rest of the day passes in a blur of anxiety. Every time a tall man with blondish hair walks into the dining room, my stomach plummets. I keep telling myself it's impossible. The man from that night was just a guest, a tourist passing through. He's not the new CEO. He can't be. The universe isn't that cruel. At 4 o'clock, the entire staff files into the main ballroom. The energy in the room is a nervous, buzzing hum. Housekeepers in their neat gray uniforms whisper to bellhops. Ski instructors lean against the walls, talking to the kitchen staff. And everyone in between is here, packed into rows of chairs, all facing a small empty stage. Bree and I find seats near the back. Okay, place your bets, she whispers, nudging me. Hot CEO or 70-year-old prune who looks like his portrait is already hanging in a dusty boardroom? I'm not betting, I murmur. My hands clasp so tightly in my lap, my knuckles are white. Marco, our perpetually flustered manager, walks onto the stage, tapping the microphone nervously. Ahem. Thank you all for coming. He begins, his voice squeaking slightly. As you know, this is our busiest and most important time of the year, and with the recent leadership transition, there's been a lot of uncertainty. He smooths down his tie, his eyes darting around the room. But I'm happy to say that the Ashford family has appointed someone to guide us through the holiday season and into the new year. It is my distinct honor to introduce you to our new acting CEO, Mr. Kuhn Ashford. Marco gestures to the side of the stage, and he walks out. My world narrows to a single point. The air leaves my lungs in a silent whoosh. It's him. He's not the same man I met in the dead of night. The lonely, haunted look in his eyes is gone, replaced by a cool, commanding confidence. The slight haze of scotch has been replaced by an aura of untouchable authority. He's wearing a perfectly tailored navy suit that probably costs more than my car, and his ash blonde hair is styled with that same infuriating, effortless perfection. He is no longer a stranger in a dark room. He is the undisputed king of this mountain. He steps up to the podium, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. It's a professional, detached appraisal, the look of a man assessing his assets. He thanks Marco, his voice the same low, smooth rumble I remember, but without the ragged, vulnerable edge. He talks about numbers and expectations, about brand synergy and operational efficiency. I don't hear a word of it. All I can do is stare, my heart a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. He can't see me. I'm in the back. I'm just another face in the crowd. I'm invisible. His gaze continues its slow, deliberate sweep of the room. It passes over my section, over Bree, and then, for a moment, it stops. It snags, and his eyes lock directly onto mine. The ballroom, with its hundreds of people, disappears. The air crackles. The noise of the crowd fades to a dull, distant roar. For a heartbeat, the mask of the cool, confident CEO slips. I see a flicker of something in his eyes, not just recognition, shock, disbelief, and something else. Something possessive and intense that makes the breath catch in my throat. He sees me, and in the space of a single shattering moment, I know my life is about to fall apart.
Chapter 6. Gwen. They look like they're facing a firing squad. I glance away from the one-way glass overlooking the ballroom to Marco, the lodge manager. He's wringing his hands, his face pale and slick with a nervous sweat that has nothing to do with the overheated temperature in this small observation room. "They're not a firing squad, Marco. They're your employees." "Right. Yes. Of course, Mr. Ashford," he stammers, adjusting his slightly too tight tie. "It's just, with the transition and your father's passing, God rest his soul, the staff is, well, they're unsettled. A firm, reassuring hand is exactly what they need." "Reassurance is not the goal," I say, my voice flat. I turn back to the window. Below, the ballroom is a sea of uniforms. Housekeeping gray, food and beverage black, ski patrol red. 100 anxious faces, all waiting for the new king to address his court. Clarity is the goal. People work better when they know the rules. "And you're just the man to give it to them," Marco says, his tone a little too bright, a little too desperate. "Firm, clear, a true leader, like your father." The comparison lands like a stone in my gut. I am nothing like my father. My father saw this place as a dream. I see it as a balance sheet. He saw these people as family. I see them as human resources. "Before I go out there," I say, turning from the window to fix him with a direct stare, "I want to see the list of your longest-serving non-managerial staff." Our longest-serving?" he asks, blinking in confusion. "The ones who have been here 5 years or more. The ones who form the foundation of this place. I want to know who I'm speaking to." It's a standard business practice, a way to understand the core of an organization, but the request is also driven by a new, unsettling curiosity. "Of course, sir. Right away." He fumbles with a tablet on the nearby table, his fingers tapping nervously on the screen. He hands it to me. "Here you are, sorted by tenure." I take the tablet. The list is long. I scroll past names, my eyes scanning job titles and start dates. Arthur Pembroke, groundskeeping, 32 years. Maria Flores, head of housekeeping, 24 years. I keep scrolling, my thumb tracing the cool glass. And then I see it. Cassandra Wells, waitstaff 6 years. The name means nothing. Wells, it's common, plain. But it's attached to 6 years of service. She's part of the foundation. I file the name away, a meaningless piece of data, and hand the tablet back to Marco. "Fine, let's get this over with." Marco scurries out onto the stage to give his fumbling, nervous introduction. I stand in the wings, straightening my tie, schooling my features into the mask of detached authority I've perfected over the last decade. This is a performance. I am Quinn Ashford, the heir, the boss. Not the man who woke up alone 2 weeks ago, haunted by the ghost of a woman he paid for. When my name is called, I walk out into the bright, warm lights. The polite applause is thin, laced with fear. I step up to the podium and look out at them, 100 pairs of eyes, all focused on me, all wondering if they still have a job. I start the speech, the words flowing easily, professionally. It's the standard corporate spiel, honoring the past, embracing the future, synergistic growth, operational excellence, a stream of meaningless boardroom buzzwords designed to sound important without actually saying anything. My eyes scan the crowd as I speak, a habit my father taught me. Connect with your audience, make them feel seen. But I'm not trying to connect. I'm assessing. And then I see her. She's standing in the back, near the exit, as if ready to bolt. For a dizzying second, my carefully constructed performance grinds to a halt. The words in my head vanish. The entire room, the entire world, shrinks to the space she occupies. It's her, the woman from the penthouse, the artist, the one with the sad, defiant eyes who left $30,000 on my bar. My training kicks in. I don't falter. My gaze continues its sweep of the room without a single incriminating pause, my voice never wavering from its calm, authoritative cadence. But my mind is a riot. What is she doing here? And the answer hits the air punched from my lungs. Cassandra Wells. Waitstaff. 6 years. It's her. She works here. She's worked here for 6 years. I force myself to focus on the speech, but I'm intensely aware of her now. She's a magnetic pole in the crowded room, and I'm a compass needle, fighting not to swing in her direction. My eyes are drawn back to her against my will. She's standing beside another server, a woman with a friendly, open face. Cassandra looks small in comparison, her posture rigid, her arms crossed over her chest. She looks terrified. An absurd, unwelcome thought flashes through my mind. She looks like she's about to break. I should protect her. Tell everyone to go home. The instinct is so foreign, so utterly illogical, that I immediately crush it. Protect her? I don't even know her. She's not a person to be cared for. She's a mystery, a puzzle, a loose thread in the otherwise predictable tapestry of my life. Why did she leave the money? Why did she come to my room in the first place? What is her story? The urge to protect is replaced by a cold, sharp spike of possessive intrigue. I don't want to protect her. I want to understand her. I want to unravel her. I want to know why a 6-year veteran of my staff ended up in my bed for a night. I reach the end of my prepared remarks, the polite applause starting up again. But I'm not done. I hold up a hand and the room falls silent. An idea, born of impulse and a sudden strategic need, takes shape. I have one final announcement, I say, my voice ringing with a new, unplanned authority. My father believed that the heart of this lodge is its people. I share that belief. But belief is not enough. To that end, I am launching a new employee excellence initiative, effective immediately and running through the holiday season. A confused murmur ripples through the crowd. This is not about numbers or quotas, I continue, letting my gaze drift over the room before intentionally bringing it back to her. It's about dedication, about the employees who go above and beyond. It's about understanding what makes this place truly special. I pause, letting the weight of my words sink in. To that end, I will not be managing this transition from an office. I'll be on the floor, in the kitchens, on the slopes. I let my eyes lock with hers, a direct, unmistakable challenge. I'll be observing all departments personally. I want to know exactly who I'm working with. I step back from the podium, and this time, the applause is louder, tinged with a nervous excitement. I've thrown a fox into the henhouse. Marco rushes up to me as I step off the stage, his face beaming. Brilliant, sir! Absolutely brilliant! That excellence initiative is just the thing to motivate them! A stroke of genius! It's not genius, Marco, I say, cutting him off, my eyes still scanning the back of the room where she was standing. She's gone, vanished into the crowd. It's management. Yes, of course. Management, he parrots. I turn to him, my mind already working, plotting. The food and beverage staff. Who is the department lead? That would be Vivian Ray, sir. An excellent manager. Very by the book. Good, I say. I want a full performance review of every server on my desk by morning. I want to know their strengths, their weaknesses, their commendations, and any disciplinary actions. I let a beat of silence pass. Prioritize the ones with the longest tenure. Marco just stares at me, his mouth slightly agape. Sir, that's over 50 employees. By morning? Is that a problem? I ask, my voice dangerously quiet. No, sir. Not a problem at all, he squeaks, already backing away. On your desk by morning? Absolutely. I watch him scurry off into the crowd. My plan is in motion. I have a name. I have a reason. And I have the full, unilateral authority of this entire lodge at my disposal. I will solve the mystery of Cassandra Wells.
Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 7. Cassandra. Living under the new regime is like trying to breathe underwater. For 3 days, Kuan Ashford has been a silent, intimidating specter haunting the halls of the Monarch Crest Lodge. He doesn't micromanage. He doesn't yell. He does something far worse. He watches. Right now, he's sitting at a two-top in the corner of the dining room, a laptop open in front of him, a cup of coffee untouched at his elbow. He's been there for the entire lunch rush. He's not looking at the laptop. His eyes are on the floor, his gaze a tangible weight that follows me as I move between tables. I feel it on the back of my neck, a prickling heat that makes my palms sweat and my movements clumsy. "Don't look now," Bree whispers, sidling up to me at the service station. But Mr. Tall, blonde and brooding, is staring a hole through your apron. Again. He's not staring at me, I say through a clenched smile, arranging dessert forks on my tray. He's observing his assets. For the Employee Excellence Initiative. I load the words with as much sarcasm as I can muster. Yeah. He looks real interested in the excellence of that breadbasket you're holding. She mutters back, her eyes flicking toward his corner. I think he's trying to undress it with his mind. Either that, or he's planning its murder. With him, it could go either way. I risk a glance. He's not looking at the breadbasket. His steel blue eyes are fixed directly on me, his expression completely unreadable. My heart does a frantic, painful stutter step. He hasn't said a word to me since the meeting. He hasn't acknowledged our night together in any way. This silent, relentless scrutiny is 1,000 times worse than an open confrontation. It's a war of nerves, and I'm losing badly. "Wells!" The sharp voice of Vivian Ray, our new department lead, cuts through the air. She's a tiny woman with a will of iron and a clipboard that seems permanently attached to her hand. Table 12 has been waiting for their check for 3 minutes. The new CEO is watching, remember? We need to be a model of efficiency. "Right away, Vivian," I say, grateful for the excuse to move. As I process the payment at table 12, I can still feel his gaze. It's a physical pressure, making the simple act of swiping a credit card feel like performing brain surgery. He gives me the creeps, Bree says later as we're clearing a table together. He's like a panther pretending to be a house cat. You know, all sleek and quiet, but you're pretty sure he'd rip your throat out if you forgot to refill his water. He's just trying to intimidate us, I say, trying to convince myself as much as her. New boss, new rules. He wants to see who cracks. "Well, congratulations, because I'm 90% cracked," she says, stacking plates with a clatter. "At this rate, by Christmas Eve, I'll just be a pile of dust in a polyester apron." She lowers her voice. "Seriously, though, it's weird. He watches everyone, but he watches you. What did you do? Spill coffee on his $1,000 shoes? I've never even spoken to him." I lie, the words feeling like sand in my mouth. The only escape is my break. I bypass the stuffy, gossip-filled break room and pull on my coat, needing air, no matter how cold. I grab my sketchbook and head outside, taking the long, winding path toward the frozen pond along the property line. The cold bites at my cheeks, but it's a clean, honest feeling compared to the suffocating tension inside. I find a snow-cleared bench and sit, pulling the worn leather book onto my lap. I try to sketch the stark, elegant lines of the birch trees against the snow, but my traitorous charcoal pencil begins to move on its own, forming a familiar, severe jawline. a pair of intense, lonely eyes. I scrubbed the lines out with my thumb, frustrated. Getting him out of my system is not working. He's burrowed in deeper than ever. That's a fine bit of work there, miss. I jump, startled, and look up to see Arthur Pembroke, the lodge's elderly groundskeeper. His face is a kind, wrinkled road map of his 70-plus years, and his bright blue eyes are surprisingly sharp. He's leaning on a shovel, a small, polite smile on his face. Sorry to disturb you. He utter a gentle, gravelly rumble. Didn't mean to sneak up. It's okay, Arthur, I say, my heart rate slowing. I close the sketchbook. Just trying to clear my head. It's a good spot for it, he says, his gaze drifting over the frozen pond. She used to think so too. She? He nods, a wistful look in his eyes. Mrs. Ellison Monarch. Before she married Mr. Monarch, when she was just a girl visiting with her family, she'd sit right here on this very bench for hours, sketching away just like you. An odd, prickling sensation runs up my spine. Oh, I didn't know she was an artist. Oh, a wonderful one, Arthur says warmly. Drew everything. The mountains, the guests, the birds and the trees. Said this spot had the best light. He looks from the pond to my face, his expression thoughtful. He squints slightly. It's funny. You remind me of her. I force a small, tight laugh. I don't think so, Arthur. I'm just a waitress. It's not about that, he says, shaking his head. It's the way you look at things. Real intent, you know. Like you're seeing more than what's on the surface. He pauses, his gaze fixed on my hands, which are still resting on my sketchbook. You have her hands, too. The same long, clever fingers. Artistic hands, she called them. The compliment should feel nice, but it lands with a strange, unsettling weight. Ellison Monarch, the woman from the newspaper article, the mother in the photograph, the ghost that haunts this entire lodge. That's nice of you to say, Arthur, I manage. He just gives me another kind smile and a nod. You enjoy the quiet, miss. He shoulders his shovel and continues on his way, leaving me alone with my thoughts, which are now even more tangled than before. Artistic hands. The words echo in my head, a strange and unwelcome familiarity. As the sun begins to set, painting the snow in shades of pink and orange, I head back inside, the relative peace I'd found completely shattered. The evening shift is a nightmare. A blizzard has rolled in, howling around the corners of the lodge, and the power is flickering, setting everyone on edge. We're short-staffed, and every guest is demanding and impatient. Through it all, Kuen is there, a silent observer, his presence a constant low-grade hum of pressure. I'm in the middle of a rush, carrying a heavy tray of dirty dishes back to the kitchen when the main lights flicker violently and die. The dining room erupts in a cacophony of gasps and nervous chatter. A baby starts to cry. The only light comes from the fireplaces and the guests' cell phones, casting long, dancing shadows. A moment later, the emergency lights kick on with a hum. They're dim, casting a sterile, greenish glow over everything. Everyone stay calm, Marco shouts, his voice cracking with panic. We have backup generators. This is just temporary. I need to get these dishes to the kitchen before someone trips over me in the semi-darkness. I duck into the nearest service hallway, a narrow, windowless corridor that serves as a shortcut. It's usually bustling, but right now it's deserted and eerily quiet. The emergency light at my end of the hall flickers, casting the corridor in a strobe effect of light and shadow. I hurry forward, my rubber-soled shoes squeaking on the linoleum. The light flickers again, off then on, and my heart stops. He's there, standing at the other end of the hallway, a tall, dark silhouette completely blocking my only way out. The emergency light above him casts his face in shadow, but I don't need to see his features. I know who it is. I freeze. The heavy tray suddenly feeling like it weighs 1,000 pounds. The hallway, which is usually just a passage, now feels like a cage. The rhythmic pulse of the flickering light is the only sound, a frantic heartbeat in the sudden, suffocating silence. He doesn't move. He just stands there watching me. Trapped. We're trapped.
Chapter 8. Gwen. The power dies without ceremony. One moment I'm staring at a spreadsheet detailing the profit margins on mulled wine versus hot toddies, a riveting document from Vivian Ray, and the next, my office is plunged into an abrupt, inky blackness. The only light is the faint, dying glow of my laptop screen and the blizzard raging outside my window, a chaotic swirl of white in the dark. My first thought is not concern. It's irritation. A lodge of this caliber, with its exorbitant room rates, should have a seamless, instantaneous backup power system. This flickering delay is a flaw in the machine, an unacceptable inefficiency. I closed the laptop. Sitting here in the dark, waiting for someone else to fix the problem, is not an option. My father would have already been on the floor, barking orders, a beacon of authority in the chaos. I am not my father, but the instinct to take control is the same. I need to see the state of my asset. I leave the office and walk into the main hallway. The emergency lights are kicking on, casting long, eerie green shadows. The air is thick with the nervous chatter of guests and the occasional crying child. It's disorganized. It's a mess. I bypass the main areas, heading for the service corridors, the heart of the operation. I need to know if the kitchens are secure, if the staff is handling the situation. I round a corner into a narrow service hallway and the world tilts on its axis. She's there, trapped in the flickering, strobe-like pulse of a single emergency light. She's struggling with a heavy tray of dishes. For a moment, she's just an employee caught in a blackout. But then the light flashes across her face, illuminating her wide, dark eyes and the stubborn set of her jaw, and she becomes the only person in this entire chaotic lodge. Cassandra Wells. My mind, which seconds ago was calculating generator response times and guest satisfaction metrics, goes completely blank. Every strategic thought evaporates, replaced by a single primal impulse. Talk to her. She hasn't seen me yet. I could turn back, retreat to my office, and pretend this didn't happen. I could maintain the wall of professional distance I've so carefully constructed. It would be the smart thing to do. The logical thing. I do the opposite. I walk to the far end of the corridor and stop, my body a deliberate barrier in the narrow space. I plant my feet and wait. She hurries forward, her head down, focused on her task. The light flickers again, off, then on. She looks up, and she freezes. The clatter of a fork sliding off her tray and hitting the linoleum is a gunshot in the sudden, suffocating silence. Her knuckles are white where she grips the heavy tray. The pulse of the light strobes across her face, revealing a kaleidoscope of emotions. Shock, then fear, then a flash of pure, defiant anger. I don't move. I let the silence stretch, a taut wire between us. I want her to speak first. I want her to break. She doesn't. She just stares, her chest rising and falling in shallow, rapid breaths. Fine. You seem to be in a hurry, I said in a low, calm counterpoint to the frantic energy humming between us. I have to get these to the kitchen, sir, she says. Her voice is tight, formal. She uses my title like a shield. The kitchen can wait, I say, taking a single, slow step toward her. The sound of my leather shoe on the floor is unnaturally loud. The power is out. I'm aware. Are you? I take another step. We're 10 feet apart now. Because you're still moving like the world is on fire, what's the rush? I'm not just asking about the dishes. She visibly bristles at the question. My job is to be efficient, as you said you expect in your initiative. She spits the last word out like it tastes foul. A corner of my mouth quirks up. There she is, Not the terrified girl from the ballroom, not the blank-faced waitress. This is the woman who looked me in the eye and refused to give me her name. "I've been reviewing your performance file, Wells," I say, closing the distance to 6 feet. I watch her reaction. Her spine goes rigid. "Is there a problem with my performance?" she asks, her chin lifting a fraction. "On the contrary," I say, my voice lower. "Your performance has been memorable." The double meaning hangs in the air between us, thick and undeniable. I can see the frantic pulse beating in the hollow of her throat. I stop directly in front of her, close enough to see the faint dusting of freckles across her nose in the flickering green light. I'm intentionally crowding her, using my height, my position, to force a reaction. She holds the heavy tray between us like a barricade. "Your uniform is different," I say softly. Her eyes widen, her composure finally cracking. It's the standard evening uniform." "I know." I lean in, dropping my voice to a near whisper for her ears only. "The one you were wearing the other night was a jacket. Over a sweater, if I recall. You folded it on the armchair." Her breath hitches. It's a small, sharp, wounded sound. I've just confirmed that I remember every single detail. I've taken our anonymous, transactional night and made it intensely, uncomfortably personal. I've dragged it from the shadows of the penthouse into this cold, sterile hallway. "I don't know what you're talking about," she whispers, her gaze darting to the side, anywhere but at my face. "Don't you?" I press, my own frustration beginning to boil over. The silence, the denial, the mystery of her. It's been driving me mad for 2 weeks. "You left something in my room that night." "I didn't leave anything." "You did," I insist. $30,000. It's a very unusual thing to forget. Her eyes finally snap back to mine, and they are blazing. The fear is gone, replaced by a cold, hard fury. It wasn't a memory lapse. "Then what was it?" I ask, genuinely baffled. "A statement? An insult? In my world, when a deal is made, the payment is accepted." "This is not your world, Mr. Ashford," she says, her voice low and shaking with suppressed rage. "This is a service hallway, and I am an employee trying to do her job." "You weren't an employee in my room," I counter, my voice turning hard. "You were a business partner, a partner who broke the terms of our agreement at the last second for reasons I cannot possibly fathom." "You want a reason?" she asks, her laugh a short, bitter, humorless sound. "You want me to explain the complexities of my decision-making process to you right here, right now?" "I just want an answer to a simple question," I say, my voice softening slightly. The anger is a shield. Underneath it is something else, something I refuse to name. "Why?" I lean closer, the single word a raw, honest plea. "Why did you leave the money?" She opens her mouth to answer, her eyes shining with unshed tears of frustration and fury. I see the words forming on her lips, the answer I've been obsessed with for 2 weeks. And then the world explodes in light. The main power surges back on with a loud hum. The fluorescent lights of the hallway flicker to life, flooding the narrow space with a harsh, clinical brightness. It's blinding, exposing. The sound of a door opening at the far end of the hall makes us both flinch. Bree, the friendly-faced server, steps into the hallway, a stack of clean napkins in her arms. She stops dead, her eyes widening as she takes in the scene. Me, standing far too close to Cassandra. Cassandra, her face streaked with silent tears, her eyes locked with mine. The heavy tray of dishes sagging in her arms. The air between us is so thick with unresolved tension, it's practically visible. She doesn't say a word. She just stares, her gaze flicking from my face to Cassandra's, a million questions, and one very obvious conclusion in her eyes. The silence stretches, broken only by the hum of the lights. We've been caught.
Chapter 9. Cassandra. Bree doesn't say a word. She just stands at the end of the hallway, a statue of stunned silence, her eyes flicking from my face to Kuen's and back again. The harsh fluorescent lights hum overhead, amplifying a silence that is suddenly heavier and more damning than any accusation could be. Kuen is the first to move. He takes a half step back, shattering the intense proximity between us. The mask of the cool, confident CEO slams back into place so quickly it gives me whiplash. He smooths the front of his suit jacket, a gesture of impeccable, infuriating control. He looks past me, his gaze landing on Bree. "Is there a problem here, miss?" he asks, his voice calm and authoritative, as if he just happened upon a minor staff issue, as if he wasn't just interrogating me in a dimly lit corridor. Bree finds her voice, though it comes out a little shaky. "No, sir. Mr. Ashford, just grabbing some napkins." She holds up the stack in her arms as proof. "Excellent," he says with a curt nod that dismisses her completely. His eyes slide back to me, and for a fraction of a second, the mask slips. I see a flash of raw frustration, a glimpse of the man from the penthouse before it's gone. "Wells," he says, his tone all business now. "See that you get those dishes to the kitchen. The guests are waiting." He turns and walks away without a backward glance, his expensive shoes making no sound on the linoleum floor. He disappears around the corner, leaving a vacuum of cold, charged air in his wake. I'm still frozen, the heavy tray of dishes digging into my palms. My mind is a frantic, screaming mess. "Okay," Bree says, a low, urgent whisper as she rushes toward me. "What the hell was that?" "It was nothing," I say automatically, the lie tasting like poison. I force my legs to move, finally heading toward the kitchen. "Nothing?" She follows right on my heels, her voice rising in disbelief. "Cassandra, don't you dare tell me that was nothing. He was standing so close I thought he was going to start charging you rent. And you looked like you were about to either kiss him or stab him with a butter knife. So, try again." I push through the swinging doors into the chaotic warmth of the kitchen and practically slam the tray onto the metal counter. A cook gives me a dirty look, which I pointedly ignore. I turn to face her, leaning back against the counter, my arms crossed tightly over my chest. "He was asking about the power outage. That's it." Checking on the staff. Bree just stares at me, her expression a perfect blend of exasperation and concern. The lie is so bad, Cass. It's actually insulting to my intelligence. He wasn't asking about the damn power outage. I saw his face. I saw your face. There were actual literal tears on it. My hand flies to my cheek, and I'm mortified to find it damp. I hadn't even realized. "Look," I say, my voice dropping. "It's complicated, okay? Just drop it." "Complicated?" She scoffs. "Is that what we're calling it when the reclusive billionaire new boss corners you in a hallway and looks at you like he wants to both fire you and devour you? Because I would have chosen a few other words. Terrifying. Insane. And holy crap, he is way hotter up close, all come to mind." Despite everything, a hysterical bubble of laughter escapes me. "You're impossible. And you're hiding something," she shoots back, her expression turning serious. "Something big. Is this about the mystery man in your sketchbook?" My blood runs cold. "Don't be ridiculous." "Am I?" she challenges. Because, from where I was standing, the resemblance was pretty uncanny. "Bree, please," I beg, my voice cracking. "Just let it go. For me." She searches my face for a long moment, the witty banter draining away, leaving only the deep, unwavering loyalty of a true friend. She sighs, a long put-upon sound. "Fine," she says, plucking a stray piece of parsley off my apron. "I'll drop it. For now. But you know how people talk around here. By the morning shift, The entire lodge is going to be convinced you're sleeping with the boss to get a promotion. Her words hang in the air, a grim prophecy, and she's right. The next day is a special kind of hell. The blizzard has trapped everyone inside, turning the opulent lodge into a 5-star pressure cooker. And the rumor mill, it seems, is the only thing not affected by the weather. It's not overt. It's in the small things. The way 2 housekeepers stop whispering when I walk past their cart. The way the head chef gives me a speculative, slightly sleazy smile when I pick up an order. The way Vivian Ray assigns me to the worst, most demanding tables all day, her lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line. "Another bottle of Cristal, Cassandra?" a guest at table 5 says, his eyes roaming over me in a way that makes my skin crawl. "Maybe you can convince the new CEO to put it on his tab. I hear you two are close." His friends snicker. I feel the blood drain from my face. I just smile, a tight, painful rictus. "Of course, sir. I'll bring that right out." By the end of my shift, I feel raw, like every nerve ending has been exposed to the biting cold. I need to escape. I need to be alone. I take my sketchbook and head to my usual spot by the frozen pond. The wind is still sharp, but the silence of the snow-covered landscape is a balm. I sit on the bench, my fingers stiff with cold, and open to a blank page. I tell myself to draw the mountains, the ice, anything but him. But it's no use. My charcoal moves, tracing the lines of his face from memory. The intense eyes, the hard line of his mouth, the flicker of vulnerability I saw in the hallway, right before the lights came back on. My conversation with Bree plays over and over in my head. I should be terrified. I should be furious. A huge part of me is. But underneath it all, buried deep, is the secret. A foolish, dangerous part of me wishes he would corner me again. I hate myself for it. I hate the thrill that shot through me when he shattered the professional silence between us. He saw me, truly saw me, in a way that no one else has. The intensity of his focus was a terrifying, intoxicating thing. For a moment in that hallway, I wasn't a nameless waitress. I was the center of his entire world. And my body, my stupid, traitorous body, longs to feel that again. The thought is so shameful, so self-destructive, that I slam the sketchbook shut. I can't be this person. I can't be the girl who falls for the powerful, damaged man who is systematically turning her life upside down. I trudge back to the lodge, my mood even darker than before. I decide to grab a cup of tea from the staff break room before facing the long, cold walk back to my cabin. The room is mostly empty, smelling of burnt popcorn and exhaustion. A few off-duty kitchen staff are hunched over their phones at a corner table. I'm pouring hot water into a mug when the door swings open. It's Kuin's assistant, a woman I've seen but never spoken to. She's the opposite of him, where he is brooding and intense. She is polished and brisk, always dressed in sharp, stylish clothes that look completely out of place in a ski lodge. She's on her phone, her voice a low, efficient murmur. "Yes, Mr. Ashford, I have them right here," she says, placing a thick, accordion-style file on the table where Bree and I were sitting just yesterday. "I'll bring the Monarch archives up in 5 minutes. I just need to grab an espresso." She turns to the industrial coffee machine, her back to the file. My eyes are drawn to the label, typed in a neat, severe font. Monarch Estate Archives. The name sends a jolt through me, Arthur's words echoing in my head. "You remind me of her, Ellison Monarch." I feel like a voyeur, but I can't look away. The file is so thick, bulging with papers, and from the side, a single document is peeking out, its header just visible. My feet move of their own accord, carrying me closer, as if pulled by an invisible string. I lean over the table, pretending to look for a sugar packet. Air snags in my chest. I can see the title, printed in bold official lettering at the top of the page. Ashford Monarch Merger Agreement, 2005.
Chapter 10. Quen. The performance reviews are a monument to banality, punctual and efficient. Needs to upsell the dessert menu more aggressively. A team player. It's a mountain of useless corporate jargon, and I'm buried under it. I toss a file onto the growing pile on my desk and lean back, the leather of my chair groaning in protest. None of it tells me anything. Not about the staff, and certainly not about her. I pick up the phone and dial my assistant's extension. Isabel, my office, now, and bring the Monarch archives. A moment later, she enters, a thick accordion-style file in her hand and a perfectly neutral expression on her face. Sir. Close the door, I say. She does. I have an unusual task for you. My job description is approximately 90% unusual tasks, Mr. Ashford, she replies, her voice dry. It's the closest she ever comes to banter, and it's one of the reasons I hired her. She's not easily intimidated. This one may set a new standard, I admit, standing and walking to the window. The lodge is blanketed in a thick, oppressive layer of white. I'm concerned about the integrity of these archives. They're a mess, she agrees. The filing system appears to be based on the Dewey Decimal System as interpreted by a squirrel on methamphetamines. Exactly. Before I have legal spend a month digitizing this mess, I want to conduct an informal audit. A test. I turn to face her, my hands clasped behind my back. I want you to take that file down to the main staff break room. Isabel's professional mask doesn't slip, but I see a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The break room, sir? You heard me. Put it on a table. Leave it there for exactly 1 hour, I instruct, watching her closely. I want you to observe from a distance. See if the presence of their own history sparks any recognition. An informal audit of our institutional memory. She is perfectly still for a long moment. So, to be clear, she says, her voice carefully measured. You want me to use a sensitive legal archive containing documents pertaining to the family this lodge is named after as bait, in a room full of underpaid, overworked, and justifiably curious staff, for an informal audit. Your job is not to question the methodology, Isabel. It is to execute the directive and report the findings. My voice is cold, a clear dismissal of her concerns. Of course, sir, she says, the words clipped. But for the record, this is a terrible idea from a risk management perspective. The room is under full surveillance. The risk is managed, I counter. Make sure the merger agreement from 2005 is placed near the top. I'm particularly interested in the attachments to that document. A flash of understanding crosses her face. She knows I'm not just looking for random historical curiosity. She knows I'm targeting something or someone, but she's too professional to ask. As you wish, Mr. Ashford. 1 hour. She leaves, closing the door softly behind her. I immediately turn to the bank of security monitors on my wall, my heart starting a low, heavy drumbeat. I isolate the feed from the staff break room. The image is grainy, the colors washed out. I watch as Isabel enters, places the file on the central table, and exits. The file sits there like a baited trap. I pull a chair over, my eyes glued to the screen. The minutes tick by. A cook comes in, grabs a bottle of water, and leaves. 2 housekeepers complain about a guest who keeps stealing the bathrobes. No one even glances at the file. My jaw tightens. This is a fool's errand. And then she walks in. Cassandra. She moves with that hesitant grace I remember, her shoulders hunched slightly as if she's trying to take up less space in the world. My entire body tenses. I lean forward, my fingers gripping the arms of the chair. Just as she's about to walk past the table, my desk phone rings, a shrill, jarring sound that makes me curse under my breath. The caller ID reads, Jonathan Pierce, Ashford Legal. I can't ignore it. I snatch up the receiver, my eyes never leaving the monitor. What is it, Jonathan? Quen. I'm glad I caught you. His voice is tense. I've been going through the original Monarch merger documents, specifically the marriage addendum. On the screen, Cassandra has stopped. She's staring at the file. I'm aware of the addendum, I say, my voice tight. Are you aware that it has no expiration clause? Jonathan presses. Legally, it's still viable. It was contingent on the marriage of the two heirs. Since the Monarch girl was presumed dead, the clause has been dormant, but it was never legally dissolved. What's your point? I ask, watching as Cassandra takes a tentative step toward the table. My point is that if, hypothetically, Cassandra Monarch were to reappear, that contract could arguably be enforced. It would be a legal nightmare or a goldmine, depending on which side of the table you're on. On the screen, her hand reaches out. She touches the cover of the file. My breath catches. I need a strategy, Gwen, Jonathan says, his voice urgent. We need to get ahead of this. What's our position if this ghost ever decides to materialize? I'm developing a strategy right now, Jonathan, I say, a low murmur as I watch her open the file. Getting a baseline. A baseline for what? What are you doing up there? Assessing the asset's current state, I say, the cold, corporate words feeling utterly appropriate for the cold, clinical thing I am doing. Seeing if it reacts to stimuli. What the hell are you talking about? What asset? But I'm no longer listening to him. She's flipping through the pages, her brow furrowed. I can see the moment she finds it. She freezes. Her entire body goes rigid. I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that she is reading her own name. Cassandra Ellison Monarch. Her reaction is immediate and violent. Her hand flies to her head, her fingers digging into her hair. She stumbles back, her other hand gripping the table to keep from falling. I can see her gasping for breath, her face, even on the grainy monitor, a mask of pure terror. Gwen? Are you there? Jonathan's voice is a distant, tinny sound in my ear. Did you hear me? I have to go, I say, my eyes locked on her swaying form. I hang up the phone, the clatter of the receiver loud in the silent office. She looks around the room, her eyes wide and frantic, a cornered animal searching for an escape that isn't there. And then she looks up. Her gaze lifts, past the couches, past the coffee machine, and locks directly onto the black dome of the security camera. It feels like a physical blow. She's not looking at a camera. She's staring right through the screen, through the walls, through the very fiber of this lodge, and she is looking directly at me. The watcher has been seen. The test is over. And her eyes are not just filled with terror. They're filled with an accusation that burns me to my very soul.
Chapter 11. Cassandra. I stumble out of the break room, the automatic doors sliding shut behind me with a soft whoosh, sealing me off from the scene of the crime. My crime. Getting caught. I don't know where I'm going. I just know I need to move. My feet carry me through the labyrinth of service corridors, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Cassandra Ellison Monarch. The name is a foreign object in my mind. A shard of glass. It doesn't fit. It scrapes against the edges of everything I know, everything I am. Cassandra Wells is a waitress. She's an orphan. She sketches ghosts in a worn notebook and is perpetually behind on her rent. Cassandra Ellison Monarch is a headline, a ghost story told by old men like Arthur, a name in a legal document that ties her to Quinn Ashford. There you are. Bree's voice cuts through my frantic thoughts. I flinch, spinning around to find her standing at the end of the hall, her arms crossed, her expression a thundercloud of concern. Don't you dare walk away from me. There you are. I'm fine, I say. The lie so thin it's transparent. My voice is shaking. Nonsense, she says, closing the distance between us in 3 long strides. She grabs my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. You're as white as the snow outside, and you're trembling. I saw you run out of the break room. What happened in there? Nothing. Kuhn's assistant just left a file. A file, she repeats, her eyes narrowing. What kind of file makes you look like you've just seen a ghost? Maybe I did, I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. Bree's frustration melts into alarm. Cass, you're scaring me. Talk to me. Was it him? Did Ashford do something? Say something? Because if he did, I swear to God, I will go find a very expensive bottle of wine from the cellar and dump it on his very expensive head. The fierce, ridiculous loyalty in her voice makes a fresh wave of tears threaten. No, he wasn't even there. It was just a file. Okay, she says slowly, as if talking to a spooked animal. Okay, just a file. But it was something in the file, wasn't it? I can't answer. I just stare at her, my mind a chaotic storm of flashing images. A name on a page. Kuhn's intense eyes in the hallway. The feeling of his body against mine in the dark. This is about him, isn't it? She presses gently. The mystery man. The CEO. It's all connected. I pull my arm from her grasp. I have to go. Cass, wait. But I'm already walking away, half running down the corridor, needing to escape her questions, her concern, and the terrifying truth that is starting to take shape in the dark corners of my mind. Sleep doesn't come. Instead, I lie in the dark of my cabin, my head pounding with a vicious splitting headache. It's a hot, sharp pressure behind my eyes, as if my brain is trying to push a memory out that it's not ready for. When I finally do drift off, the dreams are clearer, more vivid than ever before. It's not just images anymore. It's a full sensory assault. A woman's voice, warm and clear, humming the gentle melody of Silent Night. The heavy, clean scent of pine, so thick I can almost taste it. The bone-jarring squeal of tires on ice, a sound that rips through the quiet carol. And then, the stomach-lurching, weightless sensation of falling, of tumbling through a world of swirling, suffocating white. I wake with a strangled cry, my body drenched in a cold sweat. The name is on my lips, Cassandra Ellison Monarch. I try to say it out loud, to give it voice in the quiet of my cabin, but the name gets stuck in my throat, a foreign, painful lump. I can't stay here. I can't keep serving coffee and pretending my world hasn't been cracked down the middle. I need answers. Not Kuhn's answers, handed to me in a calculated test. My own. The next day is my day off. I take the rattling, infrequent bus into the small town nestled in the valley below the lodge. The town is quaint, a postcard of Christmas charm, but I barely notice the festive storefronts or the wreaths on the lampposts. I have a singular destination, the Monarch County Historical Society, a small, unassuming brick building tucked between a bakery and a hardware store. An elderly woman with a cloud of white hair and sharp, intelligent eyes looks up from behind a massive wooden desk as I enter. A small brass plaque on her desk reads, Agnes Periwinkle, Head Archivist. Good morning, she says, her voice surprisingly crisp. Can I help you, dear? I hope so, I say, my hands suddenly clammy. I'm doing some research on the Monarch family. Agnes's eyebrows shoot up into her hairline. The Monarchs? Bit of a morbid curiosity, isn't it? Especially this time of year. That tragedy happened right before Christmas. I'm just interested in the lodge's history. I lie, the words feeling clumsy. Of course you are, she says, her tone suggesting she doesn't believe me for a second. She gives me a long, considering look. Well, most of the official family records are private, sealed up tighter than a drum. But we have the newspaper archives, of course. Everything from the local paper, going back 100 years. If you're looking for the accident, that would have been December of 2005. Yes, I breathe. That's it. It's all on microfilm, I'm afraid, she says, pushing her glasses up her nose. We're not quite in the digital age here at the society. The machine is in the back. Do you know how to use one? I'll figure it out, I say. She leads me to a small, dusty room filled with filing cabinets. In the corner sits a clunky beige machine that looks like a relic from another century. Agnes shows me how to load the reel of microfilm, her movements practiced and efficient. You'll want the roll for the last quarter of 2005, she says, handing me a small plastic spool. Just be gentle with it. History is fragile. She leaves me alone in the silence, broken only by the low hum and whir of the machine as I scroll through the weeks. I scan past articles about local bake sales and high school football games. The mundane normalcy of it all feels like it belongs to another universe, and then I find it. A headline that takes up half the page, printed in thick black sensational letters. Tragedy on Monarch Crest. Prominent family killed in blizzard. My hands are shaking so badly it's hard to focus the lens. I read the words, and they blur into a nightmare. A vehicle carrying real estate mogul Thomas Monarch and his wife Ellison plunged off the cliff road. The bodies of the couple were recovered. Their only child, heiress Cassandra Monarch, 10, was also in the vehicle. An extensive search of the avalanche site has yielded no sign of the girl. She is presumed lost, swept away by the snow. Presumed lost. Not dead. The words are a punch to the gut. I feel dizzy, the small, dusty room closing in on me. I grip the sides of the machine, my knuckles white. At the bottom of the article, there's a photograph. It's grainy, a collection of black and white dots, but the image is clear enough. The caption reads, "The Monarch family, at last year's annual tree lighting ceremony at the Monarch Crest Lodge." It's a picture of perfect manufactured happiness. A handsome man with a confident smile. A beautiful, elegant woman with kind eyes. Her hand resting on the shoulder of a small girl with a mass of dark, curly hair. The girl is holding a snow globe, her face turned slightly away from the camera. I lean closer, my nose almost touching the screen, my breath fogging the glass. I focus on the woman, Ellison Monarch. She's smiling, a warm, genuine expression that feels achingly familiar, and around her neck, resting against the dark fabric of her coat, is a necklace. It's a delicate silver chain, and on the chain is a pendant, a crescent moon, horn pointing down, catching the light from the photographer's flash. My hand flies to the base of my spine, my fingers tracing the raised, crescent-shaped scar of my own skin. It's the exact shape of the birthmark I've had for as long as I can remember.
Chapter 12. Gwen. The silence in my office is a high-pitched frequency, the sound of my own grinding frustration. For a solid week, my legal team, the best and most ruthless team money can buy, has been trying to find a ghost, and failing spectacularly. I stab the speakerphone button on my desk with more force than necessary. "Jonathan, report." Jonathan Pierce's voice fills the room, calm and measured as always, a placid lake I want to throw a boulder into. "Good morning, Gwen. The preliminary search for any records pertaining to a Cassandra Wells post-2005 has yielded very little." "Define very little," I say, my voice dangerously quiet as I stare out at the snow-covered cliffs. Because from where I'm sitting, very little looks a lot like nothing. "There is no official birth certificate under that name, which is to be expected if the identity was assigned by the state. No driver's license, no credit history beyond a single low-limit credit card she opened 6 years ago, which she uses exclusively for gas and pays off in full every month. She rents a staff cabin, so she has no lease agreement. She pays for everything in cash. Social Security number was assigned 15 years ago. Before that," he pauses, "she doesn't exist." "People don't just fall off the grid, Jonathan," I bite out, turning from the window to glare at the phone as if it's his fault. "Not in this century. They leave a trace, a digital footprint, a shadow. Find the shadow. We're trying, he says, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his tone. But the foster care system, particularly from that time, can be a legal black hole. Records are sealed, often misfiled, sometimes lost entirely. We've filed petitions to unseal any potential records in this county, but that could take months. The courts don't exactly jump when a corporation wants to pry into the life of a private citizen. Then make them jump, I snap. Remind them how many jobs this corporation provides for this county. Remind them of the Monarch charitable endowments. I don't care what you have to do. I want to know where she came from. Understood, Quinn, he says, the placid lake now frozen over with professional frost. But I have to advise you, this level of inquiry is aggressive. Without a clear legal pretext, it could be perceived as harassment. Her name appeared on a dormant multi-billion-dollar merger agreement that is still technically viable, I counter, the lie tasting slick and easy. That's all the pretext I need. Find something by the end of the day, or I'll find a lawyer who can. I disconnect the call, the silence that follows feeling even heavier than before. He's right. It's aggressive. It's an invasion of privacy. And I don't give a damn. I stare at her file on my desk. Reliable, quiet, keeps to herself. It's a caricature, a two-dimensional sketch of a woman who is anything but. The woman in my bed was not quiet. The woman in the hallway was not unobtrusive. And the woman who left the money is the most aggressively baffling person I've ever met. A sharp, precise knock sounds at my door. Come in. Isabel enters, carrying a tray with a single cup of coffee and a small plate of pastries. She sets it on my desk, her movements efficient and silent. You're 11 o'clock, sir. I didn't ask for this, I say, looking at the food with distaste. You also didn't ask for your blood sugar to drop, but it will if you continue to subsist on black coffee and sheer force of will, she replies, her voice perfectly deadpan. Consider it a preemptive measure to prevent you from biting the head off the next person who walks through that door, which, for the record, is the head of hotel marketing. She's lovely. You'd probably make her cry. I glare at her. She meets my gaze without flinching. Fine, I grumble, picking up the coffee. Get me the original Monarch accident file. The full police report, not our legal summary, the source document. It's already on your secure server in the archives folder I sent you last week, she says, already turning to leave. I don't want a PDF, Isabel, I call after her, the frustration making my voice sharp. I want to hold it, print it, every single page. She pauses at the door, her back to me. You want me to print over 300 pages of a 15-year-old police report, noted for its particularly graphic crime scene photos? Yes. She turns, her expression a perfect mask of professional indifference, but her eyes are asking 1,000 questions. Very well, sir. Should I have it bound for you as well? Perhaps in a nice leather? Just print the file, Isabel, I say, my voice low and weary. Of course, Mr. Ashford. An hour later, a thick, bound document lands on my desk with a heavy thud. I dismiss Isabel and stare at it. The cover page is a cheap, grainy scan. Monarch County Sheriff's Department, case file number MC 053841. I open it. The paper feels thin and cheap, the typewritten text slightly blurred from years of copying. I force myself to read through the familiar, tragic details, the make and model of the car, the estimated time of the accident, the coroner's report on Thomas and Ellison Monarch. It's all information I already know, a story I've heard 100 times. I'm looking for the detail I missed, the one thing my father, with his obsessive grief, might have overlooked, the one thing a team of high-priced lawyers failed to find. I get to the end of the report, my frustration mounting. Nothing. It's a dead end. Just another wall. I'm about to slam the file shut when I notice the appendices. Tucked away after the last witness statement is a section I've never bothered with before. It's the bureaucratic detritus of the case. Chain of custody forms, evidence logs. And then I see it. A single page titled, Personal Effects Inventory, Vehicle Occupants. It's a sterile, typewritten list, a final, impersonal accounting of a life. Item number 1, men's wallet, leather, containing driver's license, 3 credit cards, $412 cash. T Monarch. Item number 2, men's wristwatch, Rolex, gold, T Monarch. Item number 3, women's handbag, leather, containing wallet, 4 credit cards, cosmetics, E Monarch. Item number 4, women's diamond engagement ring, E Monarch. I scan the list, my heart starting a slow, heavy beat. This is it. This is the last tangible link to that night. Item number 5, child snow boot, size 4, single, C Monarch. Item number 6, hardcover book, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, C Monarch. My eyes snag on the last item on the list. Item number 7, child silver locket, empty. Recovered from vehicle dashboard, C Monarch. A silver locket, an object, a physical thing that survived the crash, something that belonged to the girl who was presumed lost. My mind races. Where is it now? An evidence locker? A dusty box in a forgotten storage room? The report doesn't say. It just lists the item, a final, frustrating dead end. Or is it? I pick up my phone, my movements sharp and decisive. I dial the main number for the Monarch County Administrative Offices. A bored-sounding woman answers. Monarch County Services, please hold. I'm put on hold, subjected to a tinny, instrumental version of a Christmas carol that grates on my last nerve. After what feels like an eternity, the woman comes back on the line. How can I direct your call? I need to be connected to the sheriff's department, I say, my voice clipped and authoritative. Specifically, the Records or Evidence Division. Sir, that department isn't open to the public on weekends, she drones, her tone suggesting she's already halfway through her lunch break. You'll have to call back during normal business hours on Monday. I think you'll make an exception, I say, my voice dropping into a register that I reserve for hostile negotiations. I let a beat of silence pass. Listen to me very carefully. My name is Gwen Ashford. I hear the frantic clicking of a keyboard on her end. A sharp intake of breath. Mr. Ashford, sir. I apologize. How can I help you? You can transfer me to Sheriff Miller's personal line. Now. He's not in the office, sir. I don't care if he's at the North Pole having brunch with Santa Claus, I snarl. Find him! There's another moment of frantic clicking, and then the line is ringing. A gruff voice answers. Miller! Sheriff Miller, this is Gwen Ashford. There's a beat of surprised silence. Mr. Ashford, this is unexpected. Is everything all right up at the lodge? Everything is fine, I say, cutting him off. I'm calling about a 15-year-old case file, MC053841. The Monarch accident, he says, his voice turning wary. That case is closed, son. Has been for a long time. I'm aware. I have the file in front of me. I'm interested in an item from the evidence inventory. I pause, letting the weight of my position settle over the phone line. As the acting owner of the Monarch estate and the sole representative of the family's remaining interests, I'd like to formally request the release of evidence from the Monarch accident file.
Chapter 13. Cassandra. My legs feel disconnected from my body as I walk back into the lodge, the photocopy of the newspaper article, a crumpled, sweaty ball in my coat pocket. The world feels thin and unreal, like a poorly constructed stage set. The cheerful Christmas music piping through the lobby speakers is a tinny mocking sound. The laughing guests seem like actors in a play I was never cast in. Presumed lost. The words echo in my head, a relentless pounding drumbeat. I can't go to Bree. She would smother me with concerned, frantic questions I don't have the answers to. I can't go to my cabin and be alone with the ghost of a 10-year-old girl. There's only one person in this entire place who feels safe. The only person who has looked at me and seen a hint of a past I can't remember. Arthur. I have to find Arthur. I find him out on the grand terrace, methodically clearing the overnight snow from the stone balustrade. He moves with a slow, steady grace, his breath pluming in the frigid air. The sky is a brilliant, unforgiving blue. My heart hammers against my ribs as I approach him, my boots crunching in the fresh snow. "Arthur?" He turns, leaning his shovel against the stone. His kind, wrinkled face breaks into a warm smile. "Cassandra, good morning, child. It's a bit cold to be out here without a hat." "I know, My voice fails me. I just stand there, the crumpled paper in my pocket, feeling like it weighs 1,000 pounds. Arthur's smile softens into an expression of concern. He takes a half step closer, his sharp blue eyes taking in my pale face, my trembling hands. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Maybe I have," I whisper. I pull the folded, wrinkled photocopy from my pocket and hold it out to him. My hand is shaking. "I found this at the Historical Society in town. I needed to know if it was real." He takes the paper, his old work-worn hand surprisingly gentle. He unfolds it, his gaze dropping to the headline. I watch as the color drains from his face. The easy warmth in his eyes is replaced by a deep, profound sorrow that seems to pull his entire body downward. He is silent for a long moment, reading the words he already knows by heart. He finally says a low, gravelly rumble. "It's real." Every last, terrible word. He looks up from the paper, his eyes finding mine. This was the worst day this lodge has ever known. "The girl," I say, the words catching in my throat. "The one they didn't find. Cassandra. Cassie." He corrects me softly. "Everyone called her Cassie." The nickname is a punch to the gut. It's too familiar, too real. What was she like? A ghost of a smile touches his lips, a sad, fond expression. "Oh, little Cassie," he says, his gaze turning distant, looking back through 15 years of snow. "She was a firecracker, that one, a whirlwind in a pink snowsuit. She wasn't like the other rich kids who came through here, all quiet and polished. She had a wild streak, full of mischief." He gestures toward the massive decorative sleigh and reindeer on the main lawn. "She believed with her whole heart that those reindeer were real, the real ones, on loan from the North Pole." "She did?" I ask, my voice a breath. "Absolutely. Used to sneak carrots out of the kitchen pantry to leave for them on Christmas Eve. Drove the head chef mad." He chuckles, a wet, melancholy sound. "Said the lead one, the one with the chipped antler, looked sad and needed extra snacks." The smell of carrots, a dream fragment, a phantom scent from my nightmares, suddenly sharp and real in my mind. I start, but I don't know how to finish. Arthur looks at me, his expression full of a sorrowful, dawning understanding. "Are you all right, child? You're pale as a sheet." "I don't know what I am," I whisper, the confession raw and terrifying. My whole life, I've been Cassandra Wells, but that name, it doesn't feel right. And this name, I tap the newspaper article. This name feels like a story about someone else, but it hurts like it's mine. Arthur holds my gaze for a long, heavy moment. I see a war of emotions in his eyes. Pity, sorrow, and a deep protective loyalty. He makes a decision. "There's something I kept," he says, his voice low and resolute. "Something of hers. I don't know if I should, but seeing you now, hearing you say that, come with me." He leads me away from the bright, cold terrace and back into the lodge. We don't go through the opulent guest areas. He takes me through a staff-only door, down a set of steep concrete stairs into the belly of the building. The air grows cold and damp, smelling of dust and old machinery. This is the lodge's hidden skeleton, a world away from the curated perfection upstairs. He leads me to a long corridor lined with old dented staff lockers, relics from a time before the sleek modern ones were installed upstairs. He stops in front of one at the very end, its gray paint chipped and peeling. "Haven't opened this in 15 years, he says, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet basement. He pulls a small old-fashioned key from his pocket and works it into the lock. It turns with a rusty screech. Kept it, just in case. After a while, it seemed wrong to throw her things out, like I was throwing her out. He pulls the metal door open. The locker is empty, except for a small, simple wooden box sitting on the top shelf. He takes it down with a reverence that makes my chest ache and carries it over to a nearby workbench under a single bare light bulb. He sets the box down and looks at me. "Are you sure you want to see this, child?" I can only nod, my throat too tight for words. He lifts the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of what looks like faded yellowed felt, are two objects. The first is a child's snow globe. Inside, a miniature perfect replica of the Monarch Crest Lodge is covered in glittering snow. The second is a small rectangular piece of drawing paper, its edges curled and brown with age. My hand trembles as I reach out and pick up the drawing. It's a charcoal sketch of a reindeer, rendered with a surprising amount of detail and personality. It's the one from the lawn, the one with the chipped antler. A reindeer, I breathe, my fingers tracing the faded lines. "She gave that to me the day before the accident," Arthur says, his voice thick with emotion. "Found me in the garden, said the lead reindeer on the roof looked lonely and needed a friend to keep in his pocket." My eyes drift to the bottom right corner of the drawing. 3 initials are scrawled in a messy, childish hand. CEM. My own voice sounds foreign as I say the name out loud, testing its weight, its shape. Cassandra, Ellison, Monarch. Arthur's eyes are shining with tears. He reaches out and places his warm, rough hand over mine. "I," he says, his voice breaking. "That's her. That's you." The confirmation, spoken so simply, so surely, shatters the last of my defenses. A sob escapes me, a raw, ragged sound. It's true, all of it. I am the ghost. Footsteps on the concrete stairs, sharp, decisive, and getting closer. The fragile, sacred moment is broken. Arthur and I both look toward the doorway as a shadow falls over us. Kuan Ashford stands there, a figure of immaculate, dark-suited authority in this dusty, forgotten corner of the world. He looks completely out of place, a wolf in a sheep's pen. His eyes take in the scene in a single sweeping glance, my tear-streaked face. Arthur's protective stance over me, the open wooden box on the workbench. His expression is unreadable, a mask of cold control. "Wells," he says, and the name is a deliberate, jarring strike, pulling me back into the role of his employee. "I've been looking for you." He takes a step into the room, his gaze unwavering. He sees the drawing in my hand, the initials. I see the flicker of understanding in his eyes, the subtle tightening of his jaw. He knows what's happening here. He stops a few feet away, close enough that I can see the flecks of silver in his steel blue eyes. He reaches into the pocket of his suit jacket. "I was just speaking with the county sheriff," he murmurs in a low, intense murmur that seems to suck all the air from the room. He pulls his hand out, and in his palm rests a small, tarnished silver object. He holds it out to me. It's a locket. Old and dented on one side, but unmistakably a locket. "I believe," he says softly, his eyes boring into mine, "this is yours." Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts, and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers. Friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at vixavonromance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Heiress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Gwen. The air in the basement is thick with the scent of dust, damp concrete, and a grief so palpable it's practically a third person in the room. I see the scene in a single, sharp intake of breath. Cassandra, her face a mess of tears and raw, ragged emotion. The old man, Arthur, his hand on hers, a guardian at the gate. And on the workbench between them, a child's drawing and a cheap snow globe, a makeshift shrine. My presence shatters the fragile moment. Their heads snap up, their shared intimacy broken by my intrusion. Wells, I say, and the name is a weapon, a deliberate strike to remind her of her place, of our place, employee and employer, nothing more. I was wondering where you've been hiding. The old man's back stiffens. He positions himself slightly in front of her, a human shield. His eyes, sharp and clear under a lifetime of wrinkles, are filled with a fierce, unexpected defiance. She's on her break, Mr. Ashford. Whatever it is, I'm sure it can wait. I'm sure it can't, I reply, my voice dangerously soft. I ignore him, my gaze locked on Cassandra. I can see the war in her eyes, the terror of the employee, the fury of the woman I cornered in the hallway, and a new, bewildering pain that looks like it's splitting her in two. I take a step into the room. I see the drawing in her hand, the childish initials. CEM. My theory, the wild, obsessive puzzle I've been chasing, solidifies into a cold, hard certainty. I was just speaking with the county sheriff, I say, the words dropping like stones into the silence. I reach into my suit pocket, my fingers closing around the cool, tarnished metal. I pull my hand out and open my palm. The silver locket lies there, dull and dented but unmistakable. Cassandra's breath hitches, a small, wounded sound. Her eyes fix on the locket, her tears forgotten. I believe, I say softly, holding it out to her. This is yours. The old man moves first. What is that? What are you doing? He demands, his voice a low growl. Stay out of this, Arthur, I warn, not taking my eyes off her. The hell I will, he shoots back. You've been hounding this girl since the day you arrived. Now you show up down here, dangling trinkets in her face. What game are you playing? This isn't a game, I say, my voice turning hard. I take another step, closing the distance until I'm standing directly in front of them, the locket held in the space between us. I look at Cassandra. Is it? She just stares at the locket, her face pale, her lips slightly parted. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Where did you get that? She whispers, her voice barely audible. It was in an evidence locker, I tell her, the truth a cold, hard fact. Recovered from the vehicle, from the accident. The word accident hangs in the air, ugly and obscene. Arthur flinches as if struck. You have no right, he says, thick with outrage. That's Monarch family property, private. I am the Monarch family's remaining interest, I counter, the legalese a sharp, effective weapon, which gives me every right. I'm simply returning lost property to its rightful owner. My gaze bores into Cassandra's. Aren't I? She doesn't answer. Her hand, trembling, lifts from the workbench. She reaches out, not with the confidence of someone reclaiming what is hers, but with the hesitant terror of someone touching a flame. "Don't, child," Arthur says, his voice a desperate plea. "Don't let him do this to you." But she isn't listening. Her focus is entirely on the small silver object in my palm. Her fingertips, smudged with charcoal from her drawing, brush against the metal. The moment her skin touches the locket, something shatters. Her eyes lose focus. The color drains from her face, leaving her skin a dull, ashen gray. Her body goes rigid, her back arching as if from a sudden, violent blow. A low, guttural moan escapes her lips, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. A memory. It's hitting her. I can see it. This was my goal. The test. The proof. But seeing it, seeing the raw physical manifestation of the pain I have deliberately inflicted, makes my blood run cold. "Cassie!" the old man shouts, grabbing her arm. "What is it? What's wrong?" She doesn't hear him. She's gone. Her eyes are wide, unseeing, staring at a horror only she can perceive. "Mama?" she whispers, the single word a child's cry in the dusty silence. It's cold. So cold. "What did you do?" Arthur rounds on me, his face a mask of fury, his old eyes blazing. "What the hell did you do to her?" "I didn't do anything," I say, but the words are hollow, a lie even to my own ears. I did this. My obsession, my relentless pursuit of the truth, has broken her. She sways on her feet, her eyes rolling back in her head. "She's going to fall," I say in my own voice, sharp with an alarm that is entirely, terrifyingly genuine. The CEO, the strategist, the detached observer. He vanishes. I lunge forward, my arms wrapping around her just as her knees buckle. She collapses against me, a dead weight, her body terrifyingly limp. The locket clatters to the concrete floor, the sound echoing in the sudden, ringing silence. I catch the full weight of her, her head lolling against my shoulder, her curls spilling over my suit jacket. She's unconscious. "Get a doctor!" I snarl at Arthur, my voice a raw command. "Now!" He's already moving, scrambling for the stairs, his face a mess of fear and panic. "I'll call the paramedics!" "No!" I shout after him, the word echoing in the cavernous space. "No paramedics. No ambulance. No reports. Find the on-call lodge physician, Dr. Evans. Tell him there's a medical emergency in my office. Tell him to be discreet. Do you understand?" He hesitates at the top of the stairs, torn between his instinct to help and my command. "Do you understand me, Arthur?" I repeat, my voice laced with an authority that brooks no argument. He gives a single, jerky nod and disappears, his footsteps pounding up the stairs. I'm left alone with her in the silence, her body a fragile, broken thing in my arms. The scent of her, jasmine and charcoal and something uniquely, intoxicatingly her, fills my senses. Her face is pale, her lips tinged with blue. My calculated test, my informal audit. I wanted a reaction. I got one, and the victory feels like ashes in my mouth. A wave of guilt, so powerful and so foreign it makes me dizzy, washes over me. I pushed her too far. I pushed her until she broke. I need to get her out of this cold, damp basement. I need to get her somewhere safe. I adjust my grip, preparing to lift her. My suit jacket, worth more than she probably makes in a month, is a ridiculous contrast to her simple, worn clothes. As I shift her weight, a single, long, dark curl detaches itself from the rest, falling onto the dark wool of my lapel. It's a stark, beautiful line against the fabric. A thought, cold and strategic and utterly ruthless, cuts through the fog of my guilt. Proof. My argument with the sheriff, the legal battles, the sealed records, it could all be solved. Right here. Right now. One strand of hair is all it would take. The lab could have a definitive answer in 24 hours. My hand lifts, my fingers hesitating briefly over the single, perfect curl. It's a violation. Another test. Another betrayal. She's unconscious, vulnerable, completely at my mercy. And I don't care. I need to know. My fingers close around the strand of hair, plucking it from my jacket. I curl my hand into a fist, the single silky thread a secret, damning piece of evidence in my palm as I scoop her up and carry her out of the basement.
Chapter 15. Cassandra. I wake up in pieces. First, there's the softness. A ridiculous, impossible softness against my skin. The sheets cool and heavy, smelling faintly of lavender and clean, sterile air. Then, the sound. A low, rhythmic beeping, steady and calm, somewhere to my left. My own heartbeat, broadcast for the world to hear. My eyes flutter open. The ceiling is high, decorated with dark, exposed wooden beams. Not my cabin, not the hospital. This is a 5-star cage, a luxurious prison. Her vitals are stable, Mr. Ashford. A calm, low voice floats from the edge of my vision. Pulse is a bit elevated, but that's to be expected. It seems to have been a vasovagal syncope episode, likely triggered by severe psychological distress. The mind has a way of protecting itself. I turn my head on the pillow, the movement slow and syrupy. A man I don't know, older, with kind eyes and a stethoscope around his neck, is closing a black medical bag, and standing by the window, his back to the raging blizzard outside, is Kuin. He's not the CEO from the ballroom or the interrogator from the hallway. The impeccable suit jacket is gone. His white shirt sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, and his tie is loosened. His hair is a mess, as if he's been running his hands through it repeatedly. The mask is gone. In its place is a raw, unnerving concern that is somehow more terrifying than his anger. So she just fainted? Kuin asks, his voice so low like I've never heard before. It's strained. In layman's terms, yes, the doctor says, snapping his bag shut. But the root cause isn't physical. I'd recommend rest, fluids, and avoiding any further triggers. I'll leave a mild sedative on the nightstand in case she has trouble sleeping. Call me if anything changes. Thank you, Dr. Evans, Kuin says, his voice a dismissal. The doctor gives me a brief, compassionate smile and lets himself out of the suite, the click of the door loud in the sudden silence. We're alone. The beeping of the heart monitor is the only sound, a steady rhythm counting down the seconds until this fragile truce shatters. He doesn't move from the window. He just watches me, his steel blue eyes dark with an emotion I can't name. My own anger, hot and sharp, cuts through the fog in my head. I rip the blood pressure cuff from my arm and the pulse oximeter from my finger, silencing the rhythmic beeping. Where am I? I demand, my voice raspy. You're in a suite in the main lodge, he says, his gaze unwavering. You collapsed in the basement. I didn't collapse. I spit, pushing myself up into a sitting position. The room tilts for a second, and I grip the soft duvet to steady myself. You did this to me. I called the doctor, he says, as if that absolves him. After you played your little game, I shoot back, my voice gaining strength. Was that the goal, Kuin? Did you get the reaction you were looking for? Was my performance memorable enough for you? He flinches, the verbal blow landing exactly as I intended. He finally moves. Walking away from the window and toward the foot of the bed, he stops, keeping his distance. I didn't know that would happen. Didn't you? I challenge. My laugh a short, bitter, humorless sound. You dangle a ghost locket in front of a woman with no memory, and you don't expect it to do anything? What did you think was going to happen? That I'd thank you for the thoughtful gift? I don't know what I thought, he admits, his voice raw. He looks lost. The all-powerful CEO, at a complete loss for words. It's a strangely satisfying sight. I just needed to see. I needed to know if it was real. And now you know, I say, the words tasting like acid. Congratulations. You solved your little puzzle. I hope it was worth it. It wasn't, he says, so quietly I almost miss it. He shoves a hand through his hair, the gesture ragged and frustrated. This isn't a game to me. Then what is it? I demand, my voice rising. What do you want from me? Why won't you just leave me alone? I was fine before you showed up. I had a life. It wasn't much, but it was mine. And you've bulldozed your way into it and set it on fire. I want the truth, he says, his voice gaining a hard, desperate edge. He takes a step closer. I have spent the last 15 years of my life living in the shadow of that accident, in the shadow of your family. My father, he was never the same after. That merger, your disappearance, it broke something in him. This lodge, this legacy, it's all tied up in a ghost story. And then you walk into my room, and you have no idea that you're the ghost. The raw honesty of his confession knocks the air from my lungs. He's not just a predator, he's haunted too. So that's what this is? I whisper, the fight draining out of me, replaced by a deep, weary ache. You're just trying to exorcise your father's demons? Maybe, he says, his gaze intense. Or maybe I'm trying to exorcise my own. He takes another step, his voice dropping. Tell me, please. I'm done with the games, the tests. Just tell me your story. I stare at him, the silence stretching between us. This is it. The precipice. I could lie. I could tell him to go to hell and walk out of this room. I could cling to the fragile identity of Cassandra Wells. But I'm so tired. The weight of the last few weeks, the nightmares, the headaches, the constant gnawing feeling of being an imposter in my own skin is crushing me. And he's the only other person in the world who knows. He's the one who put the name to the ghost. Maybe sharing the burden will keep it from breaking me completely. You want the truth? I say a hollowed-out version of itself. Fine. I take a deep, shuddering breath, and I tell him. I tell him everything. The fragmented, disjointed story of my life. Waking up in a hospital bed at 10 years old, the world a blank, terrifying slate. The nurses with their kind, pitying eyes. The social worker who gave me a new name, Cassandra Wells, because the girl they found in the snow didn't have one. I tell him about the foster homes, the ones that were cold and clinical, the ones that tried too hard, the ones that saw me as a paycheck. I tell him about the constant gnawing feeling of being an outsider, a puzzle with all the wrong pieces. I don't remember anything before that day, I say, devoid of emotion. It's a story I've told myself so many times, it feels like someone else's. The doctor said it was dissociative amnesia, caused by severe trauma. My mind just walled it off, built a fortress to protect me from what happened. He listens, his face unreadable, his body perfectly still. He doesn't interrupt. He doesn't offer empty platitudes. He just absorbs it. The name, Wells, it's the only one I've ever had. I continue, my gaze fixed on a loose thread on the duvet. And now, you and Arthur and that file. You're telling me it's a lie, that I'm a lie. A single hot tear escapes and tracks down my cheek. I angrily wipe it away. I finally run out of words. The story is told. My entire pathetic 15-year history laid bare in a luxury hotel suite for the man who paid to sleep with me. The vulnerability is a raw, open wound. So there, I say, my voice a ragged whisper. That's the truth. That's all I know. He is silent for a long, aching moment. I brace myself for the pity, for the dismissal, for the cold, calculated analysis of the CEO who has just acquired a new, damaged asset. He takes a deep breath. Thank you for telling me, he says. His voice was raw, scraped thin by something I couldn't name, I can't decipher. Then he looks me directly in the eye, and the final devastating blow lands. But I already knew. I blink, the words not making sense. What does that mean? The test I ran wasn't the file or the locket, he says, his voice flat, but his eyes are filled with a strange, regretful fire. That was just for confirmation. The real test was weeks ago. My mind scrambles, trying to catch up. What test? He takes another step, so close now I can see the exhaustion etched in the fine lines around his eyes. I had the hair from the penthouse tested against the monarch DNA on file. He whispered a lowly, brutal confession. I've known for a week, Cassandra. It's you.
Chapter 16. Gwen. The words leave my mouth and hang in the air between us, heavy and toxic. I've known for a week, Cassandra. It's you. For a long moment she is absolutely still, her face a blank mask of shock. The only movement is the slow, deliberate rise and fall of her chest. I watch her process the information, the final layer of my deception. I see the precise moment the shock curdles into a cold, hard rage. It starts in her eyes, a flicker of disbelief that quickly hardens into a look of utter betrayal. "The hair," she whispers dangerously. "From the penthouse." I can only nod, my throat suddenly tight. "So you've known." She pushes herself off the bed, her movements stiff, furious. She begins to pace the length of the room, a caged animal. "You've known this entire time, while you were watching me in the dining room, while you were cornering me in the hallway, while you were dangling that locket in my face like some kind of twisted prize." "It wasn't like that," I say, the words sounding weak and pathetic even to my own ears. "Wasn't it?" She spits, whirling to face me. "Then what was it, Gwen? Enlighten me. Because from where I'm standing, it looks a lot like you had your answer, and you kept pushing and prodding anyway. You put me through all of this. For what? For sport?" "No. I needed to see if you knew," I insist, standing up, needing to meet her on my own 2 feet. "The legal implications, the family history. I had to understand what I was dealing with." She lets out a sharp, bitter laugh that is the most painful sound I have ever heard. "What you were dealing with? I'm not a hostile takeover, Gwen. I'm not a line item on a balance sheet. I'm a person. Or was that detail not included in my DNA report?" The accusation hits its mark, a direct shot to my conscience. "That's not fair." "Fair?" She practically shouts, her voice cracking. "You want to talk about fair? You want to talk about a man who sleeps with a woman, then steals a piece of her body to run tests on her without her knowledge or consent? Don't you dare talk to me about what's fair." "What was I supposed to do?" I shoot back, my own control finally snapping under the force of her rage. I stalk toward her, my frustration boiling over. "Walk up to you while you were serving coffee and say, 'Excuse me, are you the long-lost billionaire heiress I slept with a few weeks ago? Just trying to confirm before my board of directors has an aneurysm. There is no rule book for this.' "So you wrote your own," she accuses, jabbing a finger at my chest as I close the distance between us. "One where you're the king and I'm just a pawn in your game. A Project Monarch." The words are a gut punch. She's right. That's exactly what she became. My project. My obsession. I have no defense, nothing but the raw, ugly truth. "Yes," I growl. "You're right. You became a project. The most infuriating, intoxicating, impossible project I have ever taken on." "I want out," she says, her voice shaking with fury. "I'm done. I'm leaving this lodge, I'm leaving this town, and I am leaving you and your ghosts behind." She tries to push past me, heading for the door. I react on pure instinct. I grab her arm, my fingers wrapping around her bicep. She struggles against my grip, her body a live wire of anger. "Let go of me, Gwen." "No," I said. "Let me go," she cries, her free hand coming up to push against my chest. I back her up against the solid wood of the suite door, my body trapping hers, my hands coming up to cage her in, my palms flat against the wood on either side of her head. We're chest to chest, breathing the same frantic, superheated air. Her heart is hammering against her ribs, a frantic rhythm I can feel through the thin fabric of her clothes. Her eyes are blazing, wet with tears of rage. "You are not leaving," I said in a low, ragged command. "You can't keep me here," she gasps, her hands pushing uselessly against my chest. "Watch me." The air in the entryway is so charged it feels like I could light a match on it. It's a physical presence, a living thing coiling between us, born from our anger and this goddamn undeniable pull. The storm outside is a pale imitation of the one in here. I watch the frantic pulse in the hollow of Cassandra's throat, a trapped bird beating its wings against her skin. I breathe in her scent, jasmine and fury, and it's a drug, flooding my system, short-circuiting every rational thought. I look at her mouth, still wet from her last shouted words, and I know I'm about to fall. She is the most beautiful, damning sin I have ever laid eyes on, and I am a man starved for a little damnation. All the strategy, the control, the cold walls I built around my life, they are nothing but dust in the face of this one, primal truth. I need to be inside her.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com. The hair, I finally say, my voice a raw, ruined thing. From the penthouse. A bitter, almost imperceptible nod is her only reply. Testing it. It wasn't my right. The words are ash in my mouth. The guilt is a physical claw in my gut. But it was worse than that. I lied to you. That gets her attention. Her head snaps up, her eyes, wide with a fresh horror, finally meet mine. What do you mean? I can't look at her. I can't bear the accusation in her gaze. I stare at the wall beside her head. There was no monarch DNA on file. I made that up. There was nothing to compare it to. Then, how? The confession has to come out. It's a poison, and it's killing me. I didn't just test a hair, Cassandra. I had your entire genetic sequence mapped, a full workup. I ran your DNA like you were a hostile takeover I was researching. The words are ugly, clinical, and utterly true. I did it without your knowledge, without your consent. I finally forced myself to look at her. The fury is gone. The pain is gone. All that's left is a look of such profound and absolute violation that it splinters the last whole thing inside my chest. It is the look of a soul that has been trespassed upon in the most intimate way imaginable. My own voice cracks, the sound of a man breaking. I was wrong. God, Cassandra, I am so sorry.
Chapter 17. Cassandra. His apology hangs in the air, a useless, flimsy thing in the face of the monstrous truth he's just confessed. The words don't just land, they detonate. The anger, the lust, the confusion. It all evaporates, replaced by a violation so profound it leaves me hollowed out, scoured clean of everything but a cold, quiet certainty. I don't say a word. I simply push away from the door, my movements slow and deliberate. I walk past him, not even looking at his face, and begin to gather my clothes from the floor. The act of dressing is methodical. Each piece of clothing is a layer of armor I am carefully putting back on. Bra, panties, my server's uniform. I am reassembling myself, piece by painful piece. Cassandra, say something, he says in a low, ragged plea from across the room. Yell at me, hit me. Anything is better than this silence. I pull my black server's shirt over my head, The familiar, cheap polyester, a comfort against my skin. There's nothing to say. I reply, my voice flat and dead, an echo in the opulent suite. You've already said everything. I was wrong, he says, taking a step toward me. It was a line I never should have crossed. I know that. A line? I finally turn to face him, my hands busy buttoning my shirt. I allow a small, cold, humorless smile to touch my lips. Kuin, you didn't cross a line. You blew up the whole goddamn map. There are no lines anymore. There's just what you did, and what I have to live with now. I bend down to pull on my pants, my back to him. Let me try to explain, he says, his voice tight with the desperation I refuse to acknowledge. From my perspective, no, I cut him off, my voice sharp. I stand and face him, my expression a mask of ice. You don't get to do that. You don't get to explain your perspective. You don't get to justify this. This isn't a negotiation where we both air our grievances and find a middle ground. You took something from me, something fundamental. My privacy, my autonomy, my right to be a person, not a science experiment. I shove my feet into my boots, not bothering with the laces. I need to get out of this room. Out of his space. I can still smell him on my skin, and it makes me sick. I walk to the door. My hand is on the handle when he speaks again, his voice raw. Where are you going? Away from you, I say without turning around. And for the record, your apology is rejected. I pull the door open and walk out, not looking back. I don't run. I walk with a steady, measured pace through the silent, carpeted hallways of the guest floors, down the service stairs, and out into the biting pre-dawn cold. The blizzard has passed, leaving the world pristine and silent, buried under a thick blanket of white. It feels like a clean slate, a world wiped clean. I wish it were that easy. I don't go to my own cabin. I go to Bree's. I knock on her door, my knuckles numb with cold. A light flicks on inside, and a moment later the door cracks open. Bree peers out, her hair a wild mess, her eyes blurry with sleep. Cass, she whispers, her voice thick. What time is it? What's wrong? Then her eyes focus on my face, and the sleepiness vanishes, replaced by a sharp, sudden alarm. Oh my God, get in here, now. She pulls me inside, kicking the door shut behind me. Her cabin is a warm, chaotic mess of clothes, books, and half-finished mugs of tea. It feels like a sanctuary. What happened? She demands, her hands fluttering around me, checking for injuries. Did he hurt you? Because if he put one hand on you, I will get Arthur's shovel and go full-on horror movie on his rich boy butt. He didn't hurt me, I say, my voice a hollow whisper. Not like that. Then like what? She grabs my shoulders, forcing me to look at her. Talk to me, Cass. You look like you've been shattered into a million pieces. The dam breaks. A single hot tear escapes, then another. The whole ugly, sordid story comes pouring out of me in a torrent of whispered, broken sentences. The penthouse. The money for Leo. The DNA test. The confrontation. Everything. Bree listens, her expression shifting from confusion to disbelief, and finally, to a white-hot protective fury that is terrifying and beautiful to behold. When I'm done, the story hanging between us in the quiet of the small cabin, she is silent for a long moment. So let me get this straight, she says, her voice dangerously calm. He sleeps with you, steals your DNA, spends 2 weeks playing sick, manipulative mind games with you, and then has the audacity to act like he's the one with the tragic, complicated backstory. I just nod, wrapping my arms around myself, a sudden chill racking my body. No, she says, shaking her head. No, that's not just a rich jerk being a rich jerk. That is next level sociopathic. He didn't just cross a line, Cass. He doesn't even know lines exist. He said he was sorry, I whisper, the words tasting like a lie. Sorry? She scoffs, her voice dripping with contempt. Sorry for what? For getting caught? People like him are only sorry when their bad behavior has consequences. He's not sorry he did it. He's sorry you found out. She starts pacing the small space, her movements sharp and angry. This whole time, you were his little science project. Project Monarch. He wasn't looking at a person. He was looking at a problem to be solved, an asset to be analyzed. Her words land with the sickening thud of recognition. It's my own greatest fear, spoken aloud. I was never a person to him. I was a legacy, a contract, a solution to a business problem. What do I do, Bree? I ask, my voice small. He knows everything. I have nowhere to run. She stops pacing and comes to me, her expression fierce. No, she says, gripping my hands. You don't run. You don't let him chase you out of your own life. You stay. You work. You hold your head up and you force him to look at the woman he violated every single damn day. You make him live with what he did. Her strength is a lifeline. I cling to it, letting it pull me from the depths. I can't. Yes, you can, she insists. You are the strongest person I know. You survived losing everything once. You can survive him. The next few days are a study in controlled misery. I follow Bree's advice. I show up for my shifts. I serve the entitled guests with a polite professional smile plastered on my face. I become the perfect employee. Efficient, unobtrusive, invisible. I see him, of course. He's everywhere. A dark, brooding presence in the corner of the dining room, a silent figure walking the halls. He tries to catch my eye, but I refuse to look at him. I treat him like he doesn't exist. I make him a ghost. The rumors, however, have taken on a life of their own. Bree was right. The whispers follow me everywhere. I am no longer just the waitress who is sleeping with the boss. I am something else. A project. A curiosity. A problem he is handling. I'm in the grand lobby, polishing silverware at a service station, trying to tune out the cacophony of the holiday crowd, when a man approaches me. He's older than Kuhn, with the same sharp, tailored suit and an air of effortless, predatory wealth. But where Kuhn's eyes hold a storm of lonely conflict, this man's eyes are cold and reptilian, with a smile that doesn't touch them. You must be the talk of the town, he says. His voice a smooth, condescending purr. He leans against the station, invading my space. It's not every day a ghost decides to check back into her own hotel. I stop polishing, my hands freezing on a silver fork. I'm sorry, sir. Do I know you? His smile widens, a flash of white, carnivorous teeth. Not yet, but we have so much in common. My nephew, for one. My blood runs cold. Nephew. Allow me to introduce myself, he says, extending a hand, which I do not take. Lawrence Ashford, Kuhn's uncle, and a senior board member of this fine establishment. He finally drops his hand, his eyes roaming over me in a way that makes my skin crawl. I've been hearing the most fascinating stories about you, Cassandra. Or is it Cassandra Wells now? It's all so very confusing. I'm just doing my job, sir, I say, my voice tight. Of course you are, he says, his voice laced with a silky, menacing charm. And doing it so well, it takes a certain kind of talent to come back from the dead and land the CEO. A real Christmas miracle. He pushes off the station, preparing to leave, then pauses, turning back to me as if from an afterthought. He leans in close, his voice turning to a conspiratorial whisper. A word of advice, he murmurs, his cold eyes glittering. My nephew plays games he doesn't always understand. Be careful you don't get swept off the board. He straightens up, his charming smile back in place. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Chapter 18. Gwen. I see him before she does. I'm standing in the mezzanine overlooking the grand lobby, a vantage point that is both strategic and isolating. From here, the guests are just a swarm of expensive coats and cheerful, oblivious chatter. And she is a small, solitary figure, methodically polishing silverware, her posture a study in forced, rigid composure. She's built a wall around herself, and I have no idea how to breach it. Then he appears, a shark gliding through a school of fish. My Uncle Lawrence. His arrival is unannounced, but not unexpected. Chaos is his native element. I watch him approach her, his smile as smooth and predatory as ever. I see him lean in, invading her space. I see the way she freezes, her hands stilling on a silver fork. I can't hear his words from up here, but I don't need to. I know his brand of poison. A cold, clean rage, unlike anything I have ever felt, floods my system. It's not the hot, frustrated anger I felt with her. This is different. This is the desire to protect. I'm moving before I've made a conscious decision, my feet carrying me down the grand staircase, my eyes locked on them. He's leaning in again, whispering something that makes her flinch. By the time I reached the lobby floor, he straightened up, giving her a final, charmingly menacing smile before turning to walk away. He sees me coming. The charming smile widens. "Gwen, my boy, just the man I wanted to see. I was just welcoming our newest celebrity to the lodge." "Stay away from her," I say, a low, dangerous growl that cuts through the festive noise around us. I stop directly in front of him, using my height to block his view of Cassandra. He feigns a look of wounded innocence. "What on earth are you talking about? I was merely introducing myself to your staff. A matter of professional courtesy." "There is nothing professional or courteous about you, Lawrence," I counter, my voice dropping even lower. "You're a vulture, and you've been circling this lodge since my father died. Now you're circling her. It stops. Now." My. "So protective," he says, his eyes glittering with amusement. He takes a deliberate look over my shoulder at Cassandra, who is now watching us, her face pale, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. I can see why. She's quite lovely, though I must say the resemblance to Ellison Monarch is uncanny. A ghost, indeed. "Her name is Cassandra Wells," I say, the lie feeling both necessary and absurd. "She's a waitress, and she is off limits to you." Lawrence lets out a low, throaty chuckle. "Oh, Gwen, so naive. You still think you get to set the limits. You think this is about a waitress?" He leans in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "This isn't about her. This is about her, the heiress. The one with the legally binding, never-dissolved, multi-billion-dollar marriage contract attached to her name. A contract you seem to be neglecting." The words settle in the air between us, an explicit declaration of war. He knows. Of course he knows. Jonathan's legal memos are all copied to the senior board. "The contract is a historical footnote," I say plainly, "a relic from a deal that never happened." "Is it?" he challenges, his smile turning sharp. "Or is it the single greatest business opportunity this family has seen in a generation, an opportunity you are actively squandering because you're letting your personal feelings cloud your judgment?" He gestures vaguely in Cassandra's direction. "You found the golden goose, nephew, and instead of bringing it to market, you're hiding it in the servants' quarters." My hands clench into fists at my sides. The urge to smash his smug, condescending face is a physical, primal thing. "What do you want, Lawrence?" "What I've always wanted," he says simply. "What's best for this company? Stability, growth, a clear, decisive path forward. This girl, this situation, is the opposite of that. She's chaos. She's a liability. She's an employee, I bite out. She's a lawsuit waiting to happen, he counters, his voice rising in a theatrical hiss. Or worse, a public relations nightmare. Have you thought this through at all? What happens when the press gets a hold of this? Lost heiress found working as waitress in own hotel. Billionaire fiancé ignores her plight. How does that headline play for our stock price, Quinn? He's right. He's twisting the situation, but the core of his argument is sound. Her presence here, now that I know who she is a time bomb, and my uncle is holding the detonator. This is not your concern, I say, reasserting a control I don't feel. Oh, but it is, he says, his charming mask back in place. As a board member, I have a fiduciary duty to our shareholders. And as your uncle, I have a duty to make sure you don't run your father's legacy into the ground out of some misplaced, sentimental, what would you even call it? Guilt? Lust? I call it none of your damn business, I snarl. Everything in this company is my business, he says, his voice turning hard and cold, all pretense of charm gone. Your father may have handed you the crown, but the board can just as easily take it away. A CEO who can't control his own assets, who lets a personal entanglement jeopardize a major merger. That sounds like a CEO who is incompetent, unfit for command. The threat is clear. He's not just using Cassandra as leverage against me. He's using her as a weapon to stage a coup. He straightens his tie, his composure perfectly restored. He looks past me, his eyes once again landing on Cassandra. She flinches under his gaze and immediately turns, disappearing into the relative safety of a service corridor. You've put us in a very delicate position, Quinn, Lawrence continues, his voice once again a smooth, reasonable purr. But luckily there's an opportunity for you to fix it. To show everyone that you are, in fact, the leader this company needs. I'm not playing your games, Lawrence. This isn't a game. This is the championship, he says, his smile returning, colder and sharper than ever. He claps a hand on my shoulder, a gesture that is meant to look avuncular but feels like a threat. The annual Christmas Eve gala is tomorrow night, he says, his voice low and final. The entire board will be here. The press, too. All the major players. It's the perfect stage. He squeezes my shoulder, his grip surprisingly strong. I trust you'll do what's right for the family, Quinn, he says, his reptilian eyes glittering. Both families.
Chapter 19. Cassandra. My cabin is a cage. The 4 small walls are closing in, the air thick with the ghosts of a life that was never mine. Cassandra Ellison Monarch. The name is a brand on my soul. A girl whose parents were killed. A girl whose body was sold, then stolen, then analyzed. A girl contractually tied to a man who sees her as a problem to be solved. My movements are frantic, jerky. I'm throwing clothes into a worn duffel bag. A crumpled sweater. 2 pairs of threadbare leggings. My extra uniform. It's not much, but it's the sum total of the life I built as Cassandra Wells. A life I have to get back to, even if it was a lie. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. A harsh, demanding sound. It's Bree. I almost ignore it. But the thought of leaving without a word to the only real friend I've ever had feels like its own kind of betrayal. I snatch it up, my voice tight. I'm leaving. Leaving? Bree's voice is a squawk of disbelief. Leaving the lodge? Cass, that makes no sense. You can't just run, not now. Watch me, I say, stuffing a handful of socks into the bag. I can't stay here, Bree. Can't you see what this is? I'm the freak in their circus. Kuin is the ringmaster. And that monster of an uncle is the one selling the tickets. I can feel everyone staring, whispering. I'm not a person here. I'm a spectacle. So you're just going to let them win? She demands, her voice sharp with frustration. You're going to let Ashford and his creepy uncle chase you out of your own story? This isn't about winning, I say, zipping the bag with a final ragged pull. The sound is an ugly, tearing finality. This is about surviving. I've been surviving my whole life, Bree. I know how to do it. And right now it means disappearing. Cass, don't do this, she pleads. Don't let him break you. He already has, I whisper, the admission a raw, painful thing. I have to go. I hang up before she can argue, before her fierce, unwavering loyalty can make me second-guess the only decision that feels sane. I sling the duffel bag over my shoulder and pull on my coat. The bus to the city leaves in an hour. If I hurry, I can make it. I can be just another face in the crowd by morning. A ghost once more. My hand is on the doorknob when a soft, polite knock sounds on the other side. My blood runs cold. Not Bree. She would have hammered on the door, shouting my name. Not Kuin. He wouldn't have bothered to knock. I open the door a crack. Arthur stands on my small porch, a dusting of fresh snow on the shoulders of his old wool coat. He isn't smiling. His kind, wrinkled face is etched with a deep, sorrowful concern. Going somewhere, little bird? He asks, his voice a gentle rumble. He glances at the duffel bag slung over my shoulder. My first instinct is to lie, to make an excuse. But the look in his eyes, a look that holds a wisdom as old as the mountains around us, makes the lie die in my throat. I can't stay here, Arthur, I say, my voice breaking. You of all people should understand that. This name, this legacy, it's a cage. It's a ghost that's trying to swallow me whole. A ghost is only as powerful as you let it be, he says simply. That's easy for you to say. I snap, my fear and frustration boiling over into anger. You're not the one tied by a piece of paper to a man who violated you in the most intimate way imaginable. You're not the one his uncle is looking at like a prize horse he's about to bid on. You didn't have your entire identity stolen and then handed back to you like a court summons. Arthur doesn't flinch at my anger. He just watches me, his expression full of a sad, knowing patience. No, he agrees softly. I'm not. I'm just the man who watched your father do the same thing. The words stop me cold. What are you talking about? Your father, Thomas, he says, his gaze turning distant. He wasn't born to run this lodge. His father, your grandfather, built it, and he had a very specific vision for its future, a vision that did not include your mother. I stare at him, speechless. Ellison wasn't from the right family, Arthur continues, his voice a low, storytelling cadence. She wasn't from money. She was a brilliant architectural historian who had her own ideas, her own career. She had a fire in her. Your grandfather, he called her unsuitable, too independent, a distraction from the family business. And my father, I whisper. He fought for her, Arthur says, a fierce pride in his old eyes. Oh, he fought. I'll never forget the day he stood up to the entire board. Your grandfather gave him an ultimatum. Marry the woman he'd chosen for him. A woman from a rival hotel dynasty, a merger in the making. Or be disinherited. What did he do? He stood there, in that big, intimidating boardroom, calm as you please. And he told them, Ellison is not a clause in a contract. She is not a business asset. She is the woman I love. The board can either accept her as my wife and my partner in building this company's future, or they can accept my resignation, effective immediately. He was ready to walk away from all of it. For her. The story settles over me, a profound and startling revelation. My father wasn't just a name in a headline, a tragic figure in a ghost story. He was a man who fought, a man who chose love over legacy. That legacy, Cassie, Arthur says, using the name so naturally it makes my heart ache. The one you think is a cage? Your father built it on defiance. Your mother helped him turn this place into what it is with her own 2 hands, with her own brilliant mind. They didn't leave you chains, little bird. They left you a sword and a shield. It's a legacy of strength. It's wings, if you'll let it be. He takes a step closer, his gaze intense. Running is what they expect. It's what Quinn Ashford, with his guilty conscience, probably expects you to do. It's exactly what that snake Lawrence wants you to do. It makes you a victim, a footnote in their story. What else can I do? I ask, the question a raw, honest plea. The bravest thing you can do, he mumbled, is stay. Christmas Eve is tonight. Everyone will be there. The board, the press, him. He gestures toward the glittering lights of the main lodge. Walk into that party, look them in the eye, and remind every single one of them whose name is carved over the front door. He reaches out and gently takes the duffel bag from my shoulder, setting it down on the porch. He gives my arm a soft paternal squeeze. Your parents didn't raise a victim child. They raised a monarch. He turns and walks away, his boots crunching in the snow, leaving me alone in the silent swirling flakes. The choice is mine. I look at the duffel bag on the floor, the pathetic sum of my life as Cassandra Wells, my escape, my surrender. Then I look at my own reflection in the dark glass of the cabin window. I see the fear in my eyes, but underneath it, for the first time, I see a flicker of something else. A spark of defiance. A flicker of my mother's fire, my father's strength. I kick the duffel bag back inside my cabin and close the door. I walk to my small, cramped closet and push past the drab, practical clothes of my waitress life. In the very back, wrapped in protective plastic, is the one beautiful thing I own. A simple floor-length dress of deep forest green velvet that I bought at a thrift store years ago, for a future I never thought I'd have. I put it on. I walk out of my cabin, the cold air a shock against my bare arms. The snow is falling gently now, each flake a tiny perfect star. I'm not carrying a bag. My shoulders are back, my head is held high. I walk toward the glittering golden lights of the main lodge, toward the sound of music and laughter, toward the lion's den. They were expecting a ghost to run away. I'm going to give them a queen coming home.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Quinn. The annual Christmas Eve gala is the glittering, hypocritical heart of my father's legacy. It's a room overflowing with fake smiles, expensive champagne, and people who measure a man's worth by the number of commas in his net worth. I'm standing near the massive, garland-draped fireplace, a glass of scotch in my hand that I have no intention of drinking, playing the part of the gracious, powerful host. Every handshake is a calculation. Every polite inquiry is a probe for weakness. My Uncle Lawrence materializes at my elbow, his own smile a slash of predatory cheer. He clinks his champagne flute against my untouched glass. Smile, nephew. You look like you're presiding over a public execution. Given the company, it's hard to tell the difference, I say, my voice low and devoid of warmth. I keep my eyes on the grand entrance to the ballroom. I'm waiting. I don't know what for. For her to run, probably. For the news to break that she's checked out, vanished, saved herself from this. So cynical, Lawrence chides, taking a delicate sip of his champagne. This is a celebration, a tribute to your father's vision, and more importantly, a prime opportunity. He lowers his voice, his gaze sweeping the room, which is teeming with board members and society reporters. I trust you've come to a decision about our unique asset. The board is getting restless. A grand gesture of unity is expected tonight. My decisions are my own, I say, my jaw tightening. The unique asset he's referring to is a woman I broke. Are they? He asks, his tone laced with a silky condescension. Or are they the decisions of a boy in over his head, letting a pretty face jeopardize a merger that would secure this family's future for the next 50 years? You have a winning lottery ticket in your pocket, Quinn, and you're acting like it's a parking fine. She is not a lottery ticket, I snarl, turning to face him fully, my control slipping. She's a person. She is a legal entity, he corrects me smoothly. A key component in a long-dormant but legally binding contract. A contract you have a fiduciary duty to execute. Or have you forgotten that? I haven't forgotten anything. My eyes flick back to the doors. Nothing. Just a fresh wave of guests in sequins and tuxedos. A part of me is sick with relief. She's not coming. She's safe. Good, Lawrence says, satisfied. Then you know what needs to be done. Welcome her back into the fold. Announce your intention to honor the agreement. A joint statement to the press. It's clean. It's powerful. It shows the world that an Ashford always closes the deal. He wants me to parade her around like a prize, to chain her to me with a 15-year-old piece of paper for the sake of the stock price. The thought is so vile, it makes me want to shatter the glass in my hand. And what if I don't? I challenge, my voice a low growl. What if I choose to dissolve the contract? Lawrence's smile doesn't falter, but his eyes turn to cold, hard chips of ice. Then you prove you are unfit to lead. You prove that you're willing to sacrifice billions in potential revenue for a... What is she exactly? A fling? A charity case? The board will not tolerate a leader who can't separate business from his personal, messy affairs. So I'm being blackmailed, I state, the words flat and dead. I prefer to call it strong corporate governance, he purrs. We are simply ensuring our CEO acts in the best interest of the company. It's in that moment, as I'm trapped in the crosshairs of my uncle's ambition, that the grand doors of the ballroom swing open one more time, and she walks in. The entire glittering, noisy room fades to a dull gray hum. My conversation with Lawrence, the champagne, the suffocating weight of my legacy, it all disappears. There is only her. She's wearing a simple floor-length dress of deep forest green velvet. It's not flashy. It's not designed to command attention. But on her, it's a revelation. It clings to her curves, the soft fabric a stark contrast to the rigid, defiant set of her shoulders. Her dark, beautiful curls are piled on top of her head, leaving her neck long and elegant and vulnerable. She's the most stunning woman I have ever seen. And she is utterly, completely terrified. I can see it in the slight tremor of her hands, in the way her wide, dark eyes dart around the room, taking in the sea of predatory faces. I expected her to run. I wanted her to run. I wanted her to be anywhere but here, anywhere but in this room full of sharks where my uncle is waiting to bleed her dry. But she didn't run. She chose to walk into the fire. And in that instant, something inside me shifts. A tectonic plate, deep in the bedrock of my soul, cracks and gives way. The cold, calculating strategist, the man who saw her as a project, a puzzle, a ghost, he dies. And in his place is a man who is looking at the bravest woman he has ever known. The board doesn't matter. The contract doesn't matter. My father's legacy, this entire lodge, none of it matters. There is only her. And the sudden, violent, all-consuming realization that I am completely, irrevocably in love with her, It's not a gentle, poetic feeling. It's a savage, protective instinct. It's the desperate, clawing need to cross this room, to stand between her and all the vultures, to burn this entire place to the ground if it means keeping her safe. I turn to my uncle, my voice devoid of all emotion. We're done here. He looks from my face to the entrance where Cassandra is standing, and a slow, triumphant smile spreads across his lips. He thinks I've finally come to my senses. He thinks I'm going to play his game. Yes, he says. I believe we are. You have no idea, I say, setting my untouched scotch down on a passing waiter's tray. I start walking. I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't have a plan. All I know is that I have to get to her. I have to stand by her side and face whatever comes. Together. The crowd parts for me, a sea of curious, whispering faces. I see board members, investors, reporters. They all turn to watch. This is a public act, a declaration, and I don't give a damn. She sees me coming. Her eyes widen, her expression a fragile, unreadable mixture of shock and apprehension. She takes a small, involuntary step back. I'm halfway there. 20 more feet. Don't be a fool, boy. Lawrence's hand clamps down on my arm, his fingers digging into my bicep like talons. I try to shake him off, but his grip is surprisingly strong. His face screams of cold fury, the charming veneer completely gone. And in that moment of hesitation, in that split second that he holds me back, I see it happen. It's a perfectly executed pincer move. A woman with sharp features and a microphone in her hand, a well-known society reporter who feeds on scandal, detaches herself from the crowd and makes a direct, predatory beeline for Cassandra. I see it happening in slow, agonizing motion. I see Cassandra's eyes widen in panic as the reporter closes in. I try to pull away from my uncle, but he holds me fast. It's his checkmate. He's trapped me, and he's sicked his jackal on her. The room has gone quiet, the ambient chatter dying down as everyone senses the impending kill. The reporter's voice is sharp and clear, amplified by the ballroom's acoustics, a poison dart aimed directly at Cassandra's heart. "Miss Monarch," she calls out, a triumphant, predatory gleam in her eyes. "Is it true you're here tonight to reclaim your name and your fiancé?"
Chapter 21. Cassandra. The reporter's question is not a question, it's a cage, a series of perfectly chosen, sharpened words designed to impale me. Ms. Monarch, reclaim your name, your fiancé. The entire cavernous ballroom, with its glittering chandeliers and river of champagne, goes utterly, completely silent. The music dies. The laughter chokes off. 100 conversations stop mid-sentence. It's as if a switch has been flipped, plunging the world into a vacuum where the only sound is the frantic, panic thumping of my own heart. The reporter, a woman with a predatory smile and eyes like chips of ice, pushes the microphone closer to my face. A camera flashes somewhere to my left, a blinding white explosion that makes me flinch. "Ms. Monarch?" the reporter prompts, her voice slick and patient. "The public has been captivated by your story. A simple confirmation is all we need. Are you here to honor the merger agreement between your family and the Ashfords?" My mind is a whiteout blizzard. I can't think. I can't breathe. Fiancé. The word is a lie, a grotesque distortion of the ugly, complicated truth between me and Quinn. This is a setup, a public execution. My eyes dart past the reporter's smug face, searching, desperate. I see the faces of the guests, a sea of morbid curiosity. They're leaning in, their eyes wide, hungry for the drama. Then I see him, Lawrence Ashford. He's standing near the fireplace, a triumphant, satisfied smirk on his face. He's watching his plan unfold. He did this. Then I find Quinn. He's halfway across the room, frozen in place, his uncle's hand clamped on his arm. The mask of the cool, collected CEO is gone. His face is a mask of pure, unrestrained fury. His eyes are locked on mine, and in them, I see a desperate, helpless plea. He's trapped too. The reporter leans in again, her voice a poisonous whisper. Is your silence a confirmation, Ms. Monarch? Sources say Kuan Ashford has been aware of your identity for weeks. Were you two planning this announcement together? Her words are a slap, a fresh wave of humiliation. She's not just outing me, she's painting me as a co-conspirator, a social climbing waitress who schemed with the boss to cash in on her birthright. And in that moment, with Kuan's desperate eyes on me and his uncle's smug smirk burning into my back, a strange cold clarity washes over me. The story Arthur told me echoes in my head. Your father. He was ready to walk away from all of it. For her, he chose. He defied them. They expect me to be a pawn, a ghost, a victim. Lawrence expects me to crumble. The reporter expects a tearful, scandalous soundbite. And Quinn, I don't know what he expects. Maybe he expects me to play along, to save him from his uncle's corporate machinations. They are all about to be disappointed. I take a single deep, steadying breath. I feel the fear, a cold, slick thing in my gut, but for the first time, it doesn't own me. I straighten my shoulders, lifting my chin, and look directly into the reporter's cold, expectant eyes. You seem to have me at a disadvantage, I say. My voice is quiet, but it cuts through the dead silence of the ballroom with the clean, sharp edge of a knife. The reporter blinks, thrown off her script. I'm sorry? You know my name, I continue, my voice gaining a strength I didn't know I possessed. Or at least, you think you do. But I don't believe I know yours. She flushes slightly, a faint pink tinge on her sharp cheekbones. Brenda Carlyle from Society Ledger. Brenda, I say, tasting the name. Well, Brenda, let me clear up some of your confusion. You have my name wrong. A confused murmur ripples through the crowd. I can see Lawrence's smile falter from the corner of my eye. My name, I say, my voice ringing with a clear, unshakable certainty, is Cassandra Wells. I let the name settle, a definitive statement, a claiming of the identity I built, the life I survived. I am not the ghost of a dead girl. I am the woman standing before them. In whatever historical documents you or your sources seem so fascinated by, I continue, my gaze lifting from Brenda Carlyle's stunned face and traveling across the room to find Kuan's. I hold his gaze, a silent final message passing between us. Let me be perfectly clear. I turn my attention back to the microphone, to the entire captivated audience. I am not engaged, I am not a business merger, and I am not for sale. The silence that follows is absolute. Stunned, I have taken their perfect, scandalous narrative and ripped it to shreds. I don't wait for the fallout, I don't wait for another question. My part in this performance is over. With a calm, deliberate grace I didn't know I possessed, I turn my back on the reporter, on the crowd, on the entire glittering, toxic spectacle. I begin to walk toward the grand doors, my head held high. The silence breaks. The room erupts behind me, a chaotic explosion of sound, shouted questions, the frantic, percussive clicking of a dozen cameras. A woman's surprised gasp. Stop her! I hear Lawrence Ashford shout, his voice sharp with fury. Ms. Wells, a follow-up question. Brenda Carlyle calls out, her voice desperate. But I don't stop. I keep walking, my gaze fixed on the promise of the exit, the cool, clean silence of the night. Each step is a victory. Each step is a choice. Then, above the cacophony, one voice cuts through, raw and desperate, and full of a pain that echoes my own. Cassandra. Kuan. He's shouting my name. The real one. The one he whispered in the dark. For a single agonizing heartbeat, my steps falter. My body wants to turn back, but I don't. I push open the heavy oak door and step out into the swirling snow. The sudden, biting cold, a welcome shock against my heated skin. The door swings shut behind me, cutting off the noise, the lights, the chaos. I am alone in the silent white world, his voice still echoing in my ears as I walk away into the darkness.
Chapter 22. Gwen. The heavy oak doors swing shut behind her, a sound of absolute finality that echoes through the suddenly silent ballroom. For a single, frozen moment, no one moves, no one breathes. Nothing but the frantic, useless thumping of my own heart filled the air. Then the room explodes. 100 conversations erupt at once, a chaotic rising tide of shock and speculation. Cameras flash, a series of blinding, percussive explosions aimed at the empty doorway where she just stood. "Well," my Uncle Lawrence says, his voice a low, triumphant purr at my side. He takes a delicate, satisfied sip of his champagne. "That was a disaster of your own making. I must admit it was even more spectacular than I'd imagined." I turn on him, the world narrowing to the smug, reptilian smile on his face. The rage that floods my system is so pure, so cold. It feels like ice water in my veins. "You put that reporter on her." "I merely pointed a curious journalist in the direction of a compelling story," he says with a dismissive wave of his hand. "She did the rest, as did you, by doing absolutely nothing." "I was handling it," I snarl, my voice a low, dangerous thing. "Were you?" he challenges, his eyes glittering. "It looked to me like you were frozen, paralyzed by a hopelessly sentimental and financially catastrophic impulse. It was a simple test, nephew. Show loyalty to the family, to the deal. And you stood there like a statue while she detonated a bomb in the middle of our biggest event of the year." "Gwen, for God's sake!" Alistair Worthington, a board member whose loyalty belonged entirely to my father, grabs my other arm. His face is pale, his eyes wide with panic. "What in hell was that? Who was that woman? The press is having a feeding frenzy. Our stock is going to open in a free fall on Monday." "She's a waitress, Alistair," Lawrence answers for me, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. "Our CEO has developed a rather democratic, romantic palate." "She's not just a waitress, and you know it," I bite out, shaking Alistair's hand off my arm. "My only thought is Cassandra, out in the snow, alone, because of me. I have to get to her." "Is that a confirmation, Gwen?" a new voice asks. Brenda Carlyle, the piranha of a reporter, has reappeared at my side, a digital recorder held up like a weapon. "Are you confirming that Cassandra Wells is, in fact, the missing heiress, Cassandra Monarch?" I turn the full force of my fury on her. "I'm confirming that if you don't get that device out of my face, I will personally ensure that the only thing you're reporting on for the rest of your career is the local bake sale." She flinches, taking an involuntary step back, but her eyes are still hungry. "Temper! Temper!" Lawrence chides, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "This is exactly the kind of emotional instability I was referring to, Alistair. Utterly unfit for command." Alistair just stares at me, his mouth agape. "A merger agreement? A fiancé? Gwen, what is he talking about? What haven't you told the board?" I ignore them both. I scan the room, my eyes searching. For what, I don't know. A friendly face, an ally. I find none. There is only a sea of sharks, and I'm the blood in the water. And I was so focused on my own battle that I let them go after her. I held her in place with my stare while my uncle sicked his dog on her. I let them tear her apart. "I'm done here," I say flatly and final. I turn my back on them all, my uncle, the board, the press, and start walking toward the door. "Where do you think you're going?" Lawrence calls after me, his voice sharp with command. "You can't just walk away. You have to do damage control." "I'm going to do the one thing I should have done 5 minutes ago," I call over my shoulder, not breaking my stride. I push through the grand doors, into the now empty lobby. The sudden quiet is a relief. I pull out my phone, my fingers flying across the screen, my thumb hovering over Isabel's name. But what do I say? Find the woman I just destroyed. The main entrance doors swing open and Bree, Cassandra's friend, storms in from the cold. Her face is a mask of pure, righteous fury. Snow is melting in her dark hair, and her server's uniform is partially covered by a hastily thrown-on coat. She spots me and makes a direct beeline, her eyes blazing. "You!" she snarls, jabbing a finger at my chest. She doesn't seem to care that I'm her boss, that I could fire her with a single word. "You piece of work." "I know," I plainly said. "Where is she?" "Like I tell you," she scoffs, her voice dripping with contempt. "So you can what? Go finish the job? Slice her up a little more for your own amusement? You've done enough damage, you bastard." "I need to make sure she's safe," I say, my own voice tight with a desperation that surprises me. "Safe?" She lets out a sharp, incredulous laugh. "A little late for that, don't you think? You and your disgusting family, you put a target on her back. You paraded her pain around like it was a party trick. She's not safe anywhere near you. Your name is Bree, right?" I say, the memory of her from the hallway clicking into place. "Listen to me. I know what you think of me, and you're probably right. But I need to find her. That man in there. My uncle. He's not going to let this go. She might not be safe." Bree searches my face, her angry expression warring with a flicker of genuine fear for her friend. "You're the one she's not safe from," she finally says, her voice low and full of venom. She brushes past me, heading for the service corridors. "Stay the hell away from her." I watch her go, the sting of her words a deserved punishment. She's right. I am the danger. But I still have to find her. I dial Isabel's number. She answers on the first ring. "Sir?" "Shut down the gala," I order, my voice a blade of ice. "Tell the guests there's a gas leak, a security threat. I don't care what excuse you use. Get them out. And I want my uncle's access to this lodge revoked, effective immediately. If he's not off the property in 1 hour, have security escort him out." "Understood, Mr. Ashford," she says, her voice calm and efficient without a hint of surprise. "One more thing," I said. "I need the location of Cassandra Wells's staff cabin, and I need a coat." "It will be waiting for you at the South Service exit in 5 minutes," she says, and hangs up. 5 minutes later, I'm striding through the snow, a heavy wool coat pulled on over my tuxedo. The cold is a brutal welcome shock, clearing my head. The path to the staff cabins is poorly lit, a winding trail through the silent, snow-laden pines. All I could hear was the crunch of my dress shoes in the deep powder and the frantic, useless beating of my own heart. I finally see it. A small, rustic cabin set slightly apart from the others. A single warm light glows in the window. My breath catches in my throat. She's here. She's safe. But as I get closer, I realize the light isn't from inside. It's the porch light casting a lonely yellow glow on the falling snow. And the front door is wide open. A cold dread, sharper and more terrifying than any boardroom confrontation, seizes me. I break into a run, stumbling through the deep snow, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Cassandra!" I call out, my voice swallowed by the silent, swirling flakes. I reach the porch and push the open door, my hand trembling. The cabin is tiny, meticulously neat, and utterly empty. A faint scent of herbal tea and turpentine hangs in the air. A duffel bag lies discarded on the floor, half-packed and abandoned. My eyes are drawn to the small, neatly made bed, and on the pillow, a single, perfect snowflake of an object, is a child's snow globe of the Monarch Crest Lodge.
Chapter 23. Cassandra. The room above the library is small and smells of old paper and lemon polish. It's a space of quiet, forgotten things, and for the past 2 days I have been one of them. Agnes Periwinkle, the head archivist and my unwitting savior, has been a quiet, formidable guardian. She brings me tea and toast, asks no questions, and guards my solitude with the ferocity of a dragon guarding its hoard. Right now, she's standing in the doorway, a steaming mug in each hand, her expression a perfect blend of no-nonsense concern. "You're wearing a path in my floorboards, child. Drink this. It's chamomile. It won't solve your problems, but it might persuade you to sit down for 5 minutes." She hands me a mug, her cool, dry fingers brushing against mine. The warmth seeps into my numb hands. "Thank you, Agnes." "Don't thank me. Just don't spill it on the oriental rug," she says, gesturing with her own mug toward the 2 worn armchairs by the window. That rug has survived 2 world wars and a 60s-era book club with a fondness for red wine. I'd hate for its storied life to end under an avalanche of your anxiety. I follow her to the chairs, a small, genuine smile touching my lips for the first time in days. "You're not very good at coddling, are you?" "Coddling is for children and small, fluffy dogs," she sniffs, settling into her chair with a rustle of tweed. "You are neither. You are a young woman with the weight of the world on her shoulders. Coddling would be an insult." She takes a sip of her tea, her sharp eyes studying me over the rim. "You haven't told me why you're hiding. You don't have to, but I will tell you this. Whatever it is, hiding is a temporary solution. Sooner or later, the world finds you." "It already has," I whisper, my gaze drifting to the window. From here, I can just see the snow-dusted peak of the mountain where the lodge sits, a glittering, malevolent jewel. That's the problem. "Is the problem a man?" she asks, her tone matter-of-fact. My head snaps toward her, surprised by her directness. "What makes you say that?" "My dear," she says with a dry smile, "I have been on this earth for 78 years. In my experience, when a young woman shows up on your doorstep, looking like a beautiful, tragic ghost, the problem is almost always a man." She pauses, her gaze turning serious. "Or the ghost of one." Her words, meant to be a general observation, hit me with the force of a physical blow. The headache that has been a dull, constant throb behind my eyes for days suddenly sharpens, a spike of hot, searing pain. I gasp, my hand flying to my temple. "Child, are you all right?" Agnes leans forward, her teacup rattling in its saucer as she sets it down. "You've gone pale again." "It's just a headache," I manage, but it's not. It's something else. The world is tilting, the edges of the cozy room blurring. The scent of chamomile is gone, replaced by the heavy, suffocating scent of pine and the sharp, metallic tang of gasoline. The quiet, book-lined room disappears. I'm in the back of a car. The seat is soft, buttery leather, the color of cream. A woman's voice is humming, a gentle, familiar tune. "Silent Night." My mother. She's in the front passenger seat. She turns, her smile a beacon of warmth in the dim light of the dashboard. "Almost home, Cassie Bug," she says. "Just in time for Christmas Eve." My father is driving. I can see the back of his head, his hand on the steering wheel, steady and sure. He's talking, his voice a low, happy rumble. "Just have to get through this last stretch. The snow's coming down hard." I press my face against the cold glass of the window. Outside, the world is a swirling vortex of white. The headlights cut a frantic, desperate path through the blizzard. The heavy, clean scent of pine from the wreath on the front of the car is overwhelming. "Cassandra, child, you need to breathe." Agnes's voice is a distant echo, a voice from another world. Then, another set of headlights. They appear out of nowhere, 2 blindingly bright eyes in the swirling snow, coming straight for us. They're in our lane. A horn blares, a long, desperate sound. My father shouts, a single sharp word of denial. He wrenches the wheel. The car lurches, the tires screaming, a sound I feel deep in my bones. The world becomes a blur of snow and trees and terror. We're sliding. The gentle humming of my mother is replaced by a sharp, terrified gasp. The car hits something, a guardrail, with a deafening crunch of metal. The heavy scent of pine is suddenly mixed with the acrid smell of gasoline. And then, the lurch. The stomach-lurching, weightless sensation of falling, of tumbling, but just before we go over, in the split second that the other car is illuminated by our headlights, I see it clearly. It's not just any car. It's a dark town car, sleek and black, the kind I've seen chauffeuring important guests up at the lodge. And in the driver's seat, his face a pale, grim mask of concentration in the chaos, is a man. His face is sharp, hawkish, with a thin, cruel mouth. I've seen him before. He's always with... It wasn't an accident. The words are torn from my throat, a ragged, horrified whisper. I'm back in the room, my hands gripping the arms of the chair, my knuckles white. My teacup lies shattered on the floor, a brown puddle seeping into the ancient rug. "What, dear?" Agnes asks, her face a mask of alarm. She's kneeling in front of me, her cool, dry hand on my forehead. "You were 1,000,000 miles away." "There was another car," I say, the words tumbling out, frantic and disjointed. "It pushed us. I saw it. I saw the driver." "Cassandra, slow down." A low whisper escaped her, a firm grounding anchor in my storm. "You're not making any sense. What did you see?" I look at her, my eyes wide with a terror that is 15 years old. "It wasn't an accident?" I repeat, my voice gaining a chilling certainty. "He forced us off the road." I remember his face. He works for the lodge. I've seen him there. He's always with him. With Lawrence Ashford. The name hangs in the air, ugly and monstrous. My parents didn't die in a tragic accident. They were murdered, and I was there. I am the sole witness to a crime everyone has forgotten. The realization is so enormous, so world-shattering, that I can't breathe. The room is closing in, the walls pulsing with the frantic rhythm of my own heart. Agnes grips my hands, her touch surprisingly strong. "Breathe, child," she commands, her sharp eyes boring into mine. "In and out, slowly, that's it. Whatever you remembered, whatever you saw, it can't hurt you now. You're safe here." But I'm not. I'm not safe anywhere. The ghost I was running from isn't just a memory. It's a man. A man who knows I exist. A man who tried to kill me once before. As if summoned by the thought, a sharp, urgent knock sounds at the door downstairs. Agnes and I both freeze, our eyes locking in a shared, sudden fear. The sound is an intrusion, a violation of the quiet sanctuary we've created. "I'm not expecting anyone," she says, her voice a low, tense whisper. "Don't answer it," I plead, my voice barely audible. My mind flashes to Quinn. He's found me. He's come to finish what he started. "Stay here," Agnes says, her expression hardening into one of grim resolve. She gets to her feet, a small, tweed-clad warrior. "And stay quiet." I listen, my body rigid with terror, as her slow, steady footsteps descend the creaking stairs. I hear the muffled sound of the heavy front door being unbolted. I hear a low murmur of voices, too indistinct to make out the words. Then, footsteps on the stairs again. Not the slow, measured tread of Agnes. These are heavier, faster. My heart seizes. He's coming. I scramble out of the chair, backing away toward the far wall, my eyes wide, searching for an escape that isn't there. The door to the small room swings open, but it's not Quinn. It's Arthur. His kind, weathered face a mask of grim, frantic urgency. He's breathless, as if he's run the whole way from the lodge. He doesn't waste time with greetings. His eyes find mine, and the words he speaks are a death knell. "He knows where you are," he said in a low, ragged rasp. A wave of dizzying, nauseating relief washes over me. Arthur. It's just Arthur. He's here to help. Kuen? I breathe, my hand going to my chest. Arthur's expression hardens, his eyes filled with a terror that mirrors my own. He shakes his head, a single, sharp, definitive movement. Not Kuen, he says, his voice dropping to a chilling final whisper. His uncle.
Chapter 24. Quen. The rage is a clean, cold thing. It has burned away all the confusion, the guilt, the self-pity, leaving behind a singular diamond-hard purpose. Find Lawrence. I'm moving through the lodge, a shark in my own aquarium. The festive cheer, the laughing guests, the clinking glasses. It's all a thin, fragile veneer over the rot my uncle has cultivated within these walls. I bypass the main lobby, heading for the Summit Club, the exclusive top-floor bar where Lawrence holds court. My phone buzzes. It's Isabel. I answer without breaking my stride. What? He's there, sir, she says, her voice calm and efficient, a small island of order in my chaos. In the east corner booth, with Mr. Vanderhaven and Mr. Cho from the board. And, sir, I looked into the security contractor you asked about, a Mr. Thorne. And, I say, pushing through the doors to the private elevator, he was on your uncle's private payroll 15 years ago. The contract was terminated the day after the Monarch accident. The line goes dead, but the information hangs in the air, a final damning piece of the puzzle. The elevator doors slide open, and I step out into the low, intimate lighting of the club. I see him. He's laughing, a glass of something dark and expensive in his hand, looking for all the world like a benevolent patriarch. A king. I walk directly to his table. Vanderhaven, a portly man with a weak chin, stops mid-sentence when he sees the look on my face. Gentlemen, I said, coldly cutting through the ambient jazz music, I need to borrow my uncle for a moment. Lawrence looks up at me, his smile a mask of polite inquiry, but his eyes are sharp, calculating. Quen, an unexpected pleasure. We were just discussing third-quarter revenue projections. And now you're discussing something else, I say, my hand clamping down on his shoulder. With me. Now. I don't wait for an answer. I pull him from the booth, ignoring the startled looks from the other board members, and steer him toward a small, private alcove overlooking the blizzard. He wrenches his arm from my grasp the moment we're out of earshot. What the hell do you think you're doing? He hisses, his charming facade crumbling to reveal the snake beneath. You don't manhandle me in front of the board. I'm just getting started, I snarl, backing him against the cold glass of the window. I spent the last 2 hours searching for her. Her cabin is empty. Her friend won't talk to me. She's gone. You must be thrilled. Your little power play at the gala worked. The girl ran away from a bit of public scrutiny, he says with a dismissive shrug, straightening his tie. It proves she doesn't have the stomach for this world. It's for the best. Now you can focus on what's important, cleaning up the mess she made. The mess she made? I let out a sharp, humorless laugh. She didn't make this mess. You did. You put that reporter on her. You fed her that line about a fiancé. She's a journalist, he muttered in a condescending purr. She smelled a story. Are you blaming me for her professional competence? I'm blaming you for handing her the goddamn steak, I spit, getting right in his face. This was never about a story, Lawrence. This was about control, about boxing me in. It was about forcing you to see reason, he counters, his voice rising. Forcing you to act like a CEO instead of a lovesick boy. You had a multi-billion-dollar asset in your grasp, and you were treating her like a dirty little secret. She is not an asset, I roar, my own voice echoing in the small space. She is a woman you targeted, a woman you terrorized, a woman you publicly humiliated for your own sick games. Oh, grow up, Quen, he sneers. Don't get so sentimental. It was your father's fatal flaw, and it seems you've inherited it. This was never just about a merger, was it? For him or for you. It was always about the girl. Leave my father out of this. I can't, he says, his eyes glittering with a strange, feverish light. Because he's the one who started it. His obsession with the monarchs, with that deal. It was going to ruin us. Even after the accident, he wouldn't let it go. He kept trying to salvage it. And you fought him on it, I say, the pieces clicking into place with a horrifying, sickening clarity. Every step of the way. I thought you were being a pragmatist, but that wasn't it, was it? I take a step closer, my voice dropping. You didn't want a different deal. You wanted them gone. A flicker of something, fear maybe, dances in his eyes. He tries to cover it with a scoff. You're being hysterical. Am I? I challenge. That security contractor you have on your payroll, a man named Thorne. He was working for you 15 years ago, too. His contract was terminated the day after the accident. What was he doing for you, Lawrence? What kind of security did you need on the night of the worst blizzard this mountain has seen in a century? His face is a mask, but I can see the panic behind his eyes. He's looking for an escape, a denial, a lie. But I don't give him the chance. The final, horrifying accusation claws its way up my throat. It wasn't just the merger, I whisper, the words a death sentence. You wanted it all to stop. The families, the deal, everything. I lean in, my voice barely audible over the howl of the wind outside. Oh my God, you weren't just watching them. You were there that night, weren't you? He opens his mouth, a strangled denial forming on his lips, but he never gets to speak it. My phone vibrates in my pocket, a frantic, insistent buzz. I rip it out, my eyes never leaving my uncle's terrified face. The caller ID is a name I don't have programmed, but I know who it is. Arthur Pembroke. I answer, putting it on speaker, my voice a raw command. What? Arthur's voice is a frantic, breathless gasp, thin and reedy over the phone. Mr. Ashford, he knows! Lawrence knows where she is! Lawrence's face goes slack with shock. Agnes, the woman from the library, she just called me. Arthur's panic is a tangible thing. A dark town car, one of the lodges. It's been circling the block down there. She thinks he sent someone for her. She thinks they're trying to grab her. The blood in my veins turns to ice. Thorne. He sent Thorne. Where is she? I demand. She's trying to get away, Arthur cries out, his voice breaking. She got spooked, ran out the back. Agnes said she's trying to take the old logging road out of town. He sent someone for her. I disconnect the call. I look at my uncle. The mask of denial is gone. In its place is the cold, hard face of a man who has been caught, a silent confession in his dead, reptilian eyes. I don't say another word. There's nothing left to say. I turn and run. I sprint through the club, shoving past stunned guests and angry board members. I ignore their shouts, their questions. I bypass the elevator, taking the emergency stairs 2 and 3 at a time, my lungs burning, my mind a white-hot scream of terror. I burst out of a service exit into the full, raging force of the blizzard. The wind and snow are a physical blow, but I don't slow down. I race toward the staff area, toward the low-slung building where they keep the snowmobiles. I kick the door open, my eyes frantically searching in the dim light. I see them. A row of powerful machines, silent and waiting. I grab the keys from the main board, my fingers fumbling with cold and adrenaline. I find the right one, jam it into the ignition, and swing my leg over the seat. The engine roars to life with a deafening, angry snarl, its headlight cutting a path through the swirling, blinding white.
Chapter 25. Cassandra. Faster, Arthur. He's going to see us. The words are a panicked puff of white in the freezing air, my boots slipping and sliding in the deep snow of the old logging road. I'm going as fast as an old man's legs can carry me, child. Arthur pants, his grip tight on my arm, half pulling me along. Just a bit further. Agnes said her nephew's got a cabin just past this ridge. He'll get us out. He killed them, I say. The words a raw, torn thing in my throat. The memory is a relentless, repeating loop in my head. The headlights, the screech of tires, the fall. It wasn't an accident. Lawrence's man, he drove them off the cliff. I know, Arthur says, his voice a grim, terrible affirmation. And he won't let the only witness just walk away. That's why we have to keep moving. Don't you look back. But I do. I can't help it. Behind us, the lights of the town are a distant, hazy glow against the blizzard. And pulling out onto the main road, its headlights cutting a sharp, predatory path, is a dark town car. My heart seizes. He's here. Arthur, he's found us. Arthur glances over his shoulder, and a string of curses I never would have expected from his mouth cuts through the quiet night. He's not supposed to know about this road. It's been closed for years. He knows everything. I whisper, the truth of it a cold, hard certainty. We scramble forward, our lungs burning, the hope of escape dwindling with every crunch of our boots in the snow. The town car is faster. It eats up the distance, its engine a low, menacing growl that gets louder and louder. It doesn't stay on the main road. It turns onto the old logging trail, its powerful engine chewing through the deep snow, its headlights pinning us like terrified animals. It swerves, cutting us off, its black, silent bulk blocking the entire path. The engine cuts out. The world is plunged into a sudden, shocking silence, broken only by the howl of the wind and the frantic, useless beating of my own heart. The driver's side door opens. A man gets out. He's tall and broad, dressed in a simple dark coat. His face is sharp, hawkish, with a thin, cruel mouth. It's him, the face from my nightmare. "Stay behind me, Cassie," Arthur says, his voice a low, protective growl as he pushes me behind his old, frail body. The man Thorne ignores him. His cold, dead eyes are fixed on me. "Ma'am," he says, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "Mr. Ashford would like a word." "She's not going anywhere with you?" Arthur snarls. "My business isn't with you, old man," Thorne says, his gaze never leaving my face. "Please don't make it my business." "You'll have to go through me," Arthur says, his stance a brave, foolish defiance. "That can be arranged," Thorne replies, his voice chillingly calm. He takes a step toward us. "We can do this easy, or we can do this hard. The outcome is the same. You're coming with me." "Like you came for my parents?" The question is torn from my lips, a ragged, defiant cry. For the first time, a flicker of something, surprise, crosses his face. "I'm just a driver, ma'am. I take people where my employer tells me to go." "And where is he telling you to take me?" I challenge, my voice shaking. "Back to the cliff?" He doesn't answer. He just takes another step. Arthur braces himself. I brace myself. This is it. This is how it ends. Then a new sound cuts through the howl of the wind, a high-pitched, angry roar getting closer. It's the sound of a powerful engine, but not a car. It's a frantic, desperate snarl that rips through the night. A single brilliant headlight crests the ridge behind us, a sudden, blinding star in the darkness. It barrels down the logging road, a black machine against the white snow, a furious, avenging angel. It's a snowmobile, and the man driving it is Quinn. He brings the machine to a sharp, sliding halt just feet from the black SUV, the engine roaring before he cuts it, plunging us back into a tense, charged silence. He swings his leg over the seat, his movements sharp and precise. He's not wearing a helmet. Snow is melting in his ash-blonde hair, and his face is a raw, pale mask of fury in the stark glare of his own headlight. He doesn't even look at me. His entire focus, a laser beam of pure, undiluted rage, is on Thorne. "Get away from her," Quinn says, in a low, dangerous command. Thorne, for the first time, looks unsettled. He wasn't expecting this. "Mr. Ashford, I'm just following orders from your uncle." "Lawrence's orders are no longer valid," Kuhn states, walking forward until he is standing directly between us and the security man. "He is my shield." "Your employment has been terminated. You are trespassing." Thorne lets out a low, humorless chuckle. "Is that right? And who's going to enforce that? You? The old man?" He gestures toward me. "Or the ghost?" Kuhn doesn't rise to the bait. He just stands there, a figure of calm, cold fury. "No," he says, his voice dangerously quiet. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone, the screen a bright, damning light in the darkness. "They are." Thorne squints, confused. "Who?" "The Monarch County Sheriff's Department," Kuhn says, his voice a blade of ice. He holds up the phone. "It's over, Thorne. It's all over." "What are you on about?" Thorne demands, a note of genuine uncertainty in his voice now. "I'm talking about an email," Kuhn says, his voice clear and cutting. "An email that was just sent to Sheriff Miller, with a carbon copy to the district attorney and the editor of the Monarch County Chronicle." He takes a slow, deliberate step forward. "An email containing my full sworn testimony regarding my uncle's confession tonight. An email attaching the original unredacted police report from the 2005 accident. An email that specifically names you as a person of interest in the murders of Thomas and Ellison Monarch." Thorne's face goes slack with shock. The color drains from his cheeks. "You're bluffing," he spits, but there's no conviction in it. "Am I?" Kuhn challenges. "Your name was on his private payroll, terminated the day after the crash. That's a very compelling coincidence, don't you think? The kind of coincidence a jury would find fascinating." He takes a final step, his voice in a near whisper. "This isn't a cleanup job anymore, Thorne. This is a capital murder investigation, and you are standing in the middle of it, next to the sole surviving witness. So I suggest you get in your car, and you drive, and you pray they don't find you before I do." Thorne stares at Kuhn, his mind clearly racing, calculating the odds, the risks. The game has changed. The quiet, discreet power of Lawrence Ashford has just been obliterated by the loud public power of the law. He gives a single, sharp, almost imperceptible nod. He doesn't say another word. He just gets back in the SUV, starts the engine, and reverses back down the logging road, his taillight's two small red eyes disappearing into the blizzard. The silence that follows is profound. It's the silence of a world that has been saved from the brink. In the stillness, the wind, the soft hiss of the falling snow, and my own ragged, disbelieving breaths. Kuhn doesn't move for a long moment. He just stands there, his back to me, his shoulders slumped as if under an immense weight. Then slowly he turns. He looks at me, and the cold, hard fury is gone from his face. In its place is a raw, devastating vulnerability. The mask is gone. The CEO is gone. All that's left is a man, his face stripped bare in the swirling snow, his eyes full of a pain that mirrors my own. He takes a hesitant step toward me, his boots crunching in the snow. He stops, his gaze finding mine across the cold, empty space. "I'm so sorry, Cassandra," he utters in a raw, broken thing. "For everything." You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, You get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 25. Cassandra. Faster, Arthur. He's going to see us. The words are a panicked puff of white in the freezing air, my boots slipping and sliding in the deep snow of the old logging road. I'm going as fast as an old man's legs can carry me, child. Arthur pants, his grip tight on my arm, half pulling me along. Just a bit further. Agnes said her nephew's got a cabin just past this ridge. He'll get us out. He killed them, I say. The words a raw, torn thing in my throat. The memory is a relentless, repeating loop in my head. The headlights, the screech of tires, the fall. It wasn't an accident. Lawrence's man, he drove them off the cliff. I know, Arthur says, his voice a grim, terrible affirmation. And he won't let the only witness just walk away. That's why we have to keep moving. Don't you look back. But I do. I can't help it. Behind us, the lights of the town are a distant, hazy glow against the blizzard. And pulling out onto the main road, its headlights cutting a sharp, predatory path, is a dark town car. My heart seizes. He's here. Arthur, he's found us. Arthur glances over his shoulder, and a string of curses I never would have expected from his mouth cuts through the quiet night. He's not supposed to know about this road. It's been closed for years. He knows everything. I whisper, the truth of it a cold, hard certainty. We scramble forward, our lungs burning, the hope of escape dwindling with every crunch of our boots in the snow. The town car is faster. It eats up the distance, its engine a low, menacing growl that gets louder and louder. It doesn't stay on the main road. It turns onto the old logging trail, its powerful engine chewing through the deep snow, its headlights pinning us like terrified animals. It swerves, cutting us off, its black, silent bulk blocking the entire path. The engine cuts out. The world is plunged into a sudden, shocking silence, broken only by the howl of the wind and the frantic, useless beating of my own heart. The driver's side door opens. A man gets out. He's tall and broad, dressed in a simple dark coat. His face is sharp, hawkish, with a thin, cruel mouth. It's him, the face from my nightmare. Stay behind me, Cassie, Arthur says, his voice a low, protective growl as he pushes me behind his old, frail body. The man Thorne ignores him. His cold, dead eyes are fixed on me. Ma'am, he says, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Mr. Ashford would like a word. She's not going anywhere with you, Arthur snarls. My business isn't with you, old man, Thorne says, his gaze never leaving my face. Please don't make it my business. You'll have to go through me, Arthur says, his stance a brave, foolish defiance. That can be arranged, Thorne replies, his voice chillingly calm. He takes a step toward us. We can do this easy, or we can do this hard. The outcome is the same. You're coming with me. Like you came for my parents? The question is torn from my lips, a ragged, defiant cry. For the first time, a flicker of something, surprise, crosses his face. I'm just a driver, ma'am. I take people where my employer tells me to go. And where is he telling you to take me? I challenge, my voice shaking. Back to the cliff? He doesn't answer. He just takes another step. Arthur braces himself. I brace myself. This is it. This is how it ends. Then a new sound cuts through the howl of the wind, a high-pitched, angry roar getting closer. It's the sound of a powerful engine, but not a car. It's a frantic, desperate snarl that rips through the night. A single brilliant headlight crests the ridge behind us, a sudden, blinding star in the darkness. It barrels down the logging road, a black machine against the white snow, a furious, avenging angel. It's a snowmobile, and the man driving it is Quinn. He brings the machine to a sharp, sliding halt just feet from the black SUV, the engine roaring before he cuts it, plunging us back into a tense, charged silence. He swings his leg over the seat, his movements sharp and precise. He's not wearing a helmet. Snow is melting in his ash-blonde hair, and his face is a raw, pale mask of fury in the stark glare of his own headlight. He doesn't even look at me. His entire focus, a laser beam of pure, undiluted rage, is on Thorn. "Get away from her," Quinn says, in a low, dangerous command. Thorn, for the first time, looks unsettled. He wasn't expecting this. "Mr. Ashford, I'm just following orders from your uncle." "Lawrence's orders are no longer valid," Quinn states, walking forward until he is standing directly between us and the security man. "He is my shield. Your employment has been terminated. You are trespassing." Thorn lets out a low, humorless chuckle. "Is that right? And who's going to enforce that? You? The old man?" He gestures toward me. "Or the ghost?" Quinn doesn't rise to the bait. He just stands there, a figure of calm, cold fury. "No," he says, his voice dangerously quiet. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone, the screen a bright, damning light in the darkness. "They are." Thorn squints, confused. "Who?" "The Monarch County Sheriff's Department," Quinn says, his voice a blade of ice. He holds up the phone. "It's over, Thorn. It's all over." "What are you on about?" Thorn demands, a note of genuine uncertainty in his voice now. "I'm talking about an email," Quinn says, his voice clear and cutting. "An email that was just sent to Sheriff Miller, with a carbon copy to the district attorney and the editor of the Monarch County Chronicle." He takes a slow, deliberate step forward. "An email containing my full sworn testimony regarding my uncle's confession tonight. An email attaching the original unredacted police report from the 2005 accident. An email that specifically names you as a person of interest in the murders of Thomas and Ellison Monarch." Thorn's face goes slack with shock. The color drains from his cheeks. "You're bluffing," he spits, but there's no conviction in it. "Am I?" Quinn challenges. "Your name was on his private payroll, terminated the day after the crash. That's a very compelling coincidence, don't you think? The kind of coincidence a jury would find fascinating." He takes a final step, his voice in a near whisper. "This isn't a cleanup job anymore, Thorn. This is a capital murder investigation, and you are standing in the middle of it, next to the sole surviving witness. So I suggest you get in your car, and you drive, and you pray they don't find you before I do." Thorn stares at Quinn, his mind clearly racing, calculating the odds, the risks. The game has changed. The quiet, discreet power of Lawrence Ashford has just been obliterated by the loud public power of the law. He gives a single, sharp, almost imperceptible nod. He doesn't say another word. He just gets back in the SUV, starts the engine, and reverses back down the logging road, his taillight's two small red eyes disappearing into the blizzard. The silence that follows is profound. It's the silence of a world that has been saved from the brink. In the stillness, the wind, the soft hiss of the falling snow, and my own ragged, disbelieving breaths. Quinn doesn't move for a long moment. He just stands there, his back to me, his shoulders slumped as if under an immense weight. Then slowly he turns. He looks at me, and the cold, hard fury is gone from his face. In its place is a raw, devastating vulnerability. The mask is gone. The CEO is gone. All that's left is a man, his face stripped bare in the swirling snow, his eyes full of a pain that mirrors my own. He takes a hesitant step toward me, his boots crunching in the snow. He stops, his gaze finding mine across the cold, empty space. "I'm so sorry, Cassandra," he uttered in a raw, broken thing. "For everything."
Chapter 26. Quinn. The silence on the snowmobile ride back is a chasm between us. She sits behind me, her hands resting hesitantly on my waist, her body a rigid line of tension, not touching me more than is absolutely necessary. The roar of the engine is the only thing that fills the vast empty space where apologies and accusations should be. Arthur meets us at the edge of town, his face a roadmap of worry in the dim light of a street lamp. Agnes is waiting. She's got the kettle on. We walk the final block to the library in a strange, silent procession. Me, the villain. Cassandra, the survivor. Arthur, the guardian. Agnes, the archivist, meets us at the door. She's a tiny, formidable woman in a tweed skirt, and she looks at me as if I am something she's just discovered growing on a week-old slice of bread. "She's safe," I say, feeling inadequate, absurd. "No thanks to you from the sounds of it," Agnes says, her voice as crisp and dry as an old manuscript. She immediately wraps a thick woolen blanket around Cassandra's shoulders, her movements all brisk, no-nonsense care. "Arthur, help me get some tea into her. She's in shock." "I need to talk to her," I say, my voice tight. "She needs to breathe," Agnes counters, her sharp eyes fixing me with a glare that could peel paint. She doesn't need another interrogation from the man who apparently orchestrated her entire waking nightmare. "Agnes, it's okay," Cassandra says, her voice a low, rough whisper. She turns to the older woman, her eyes full of a weary gratitude. Can you give us a minute?" Agnes looks from Cassandra's face to mine, her disapproval a palpable force. 5 minutes, she announces, as if granting a royal decree. "Then I'm coming up with tea and a lecture on the general uselessness of the male species. Arthur, the kitchen. Now." She bustles the old man away, leaving Cassandra and me alone in the entryway. The scent of old books and lemon polish thick in the air. She doesn't look at me. She just turns and walks up the creaking wooden stairs. I follow, the sound of my own footsteps an intrusion in the hallowed silence of the library. The room she leads me to is small and quiet, filled with books and mismatched furniture. It feels like a sanctuary. Her sanctuary. And I am the monster at the gates. She stands by the window, the blanket clutched around her shoulders, staring out at the snow. I'm the one who breaks the silence. I have to be. "I should have protected you," I say, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "From the beginning, in the hallway, at the gala. Instead, I put you directly in his line of fire." "You saved me," she says flatly. She doesn't turn from the window. "Out there, on the road, he would have..." She trails off, unable to say the words. "From a monster my family created," I finish for her, my own voice raw with a self-loathing so profound it threatens to choke me. "That's not a rescue, Cassandra. That's just cleaning up my own toxic waste." She finally turns, her eyes dark and hollow in her pale face. "Why?" she asks, the single word a raw, aching plea. "Why any of it? The file? The locket? Why keep pushing and pushing when you already knew the truth? Why did you have to break me to get a confession you didn't even need?" The question is a blade, and I let it gut me. She deserves the truth, the whole, ugly, selfish truth. Because I was obsessed, I admit. The word's a ragged confession. But not with the heiress. Not with the ghost. I take a hesitant step closer, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. I was obsessed with the woman who walked into my room and looked at me like I was just a man, not a name. The woman who left $30,000 on my bar because her silence and her self-respect were worth more. I take another step. She doesn't move. I was obsessed with the artist who saw something worth drawing in a cold, empty room, I continue, my voice thick with an emotion I can no longer contain. with the waitress who faced down every condescending guest with a quiet dignity that was more powerful than any outburst could ever be. The woman who looked at me in that hallway like I was the enemy, but didn't back down. I'm standing in front of her now, the space between us charged with 15 years of tragedy and 3 weeks of chaos. I didn't fall in love with Cassandra Monarch, I say, my voice breaking on her name. The heiress. She's a ghost. She's a legal problem. She's a headline. She laid siege to my heart, and I surrendered without a fight. The name, her name, the one she chose, the one she lived, hangs in the air between us. Her eyes, which have been so full of fear and anger, are now wide with a new, dawning confusion. I fell in love with the quiet, stubborn, brilliant woman who was making her own way in the world against impossible odds, I whisper, my heart a raw, open wound in my chest. I fell in love with you, the real you. I see the flicker of something in her eyes, a spark of hope, a possibility. And it's that spark that gives me the courage to confess my greatest, most terrifying fear. And that's why none of this can work, I say, the words of surrender. Her brow furrows. What are you talking about? I love you, I say, the words both a declaration and a death sentence. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to earn your forgiveness for what I've put you through. But the one thing I can't do is change my name. Your name, she repeats, her voice a whisper. Ashford, I say, the name tasting like poison. It's the name of the man who hired a killer to erase your family. It's the name of the man who violated you, who used you as a pawn in a game you never asked to play. My legacy, my inheritance, the very foundation of my entire world. It's built on the wreckage of yours. I finally look her directly in the eye, letting her see all the broken, useless pieces of my soul. How can you ever be safe with a man whose very name is the source of all your pain? How can I ever protect you from a monster when his blood runs in my veins? I've laid my heart and all my fears bare at her feet. The silence that follows is absolute. She just looks at me, the tears that I saw in the hallway finally spilling over, tracking silent, silver paths down her cheeks. She reaches out, her fingers cool against my cheek, her touch a shocking, gentle absolution. I believe you, she whispers, her voice thick with tears. A wave of dizzying, impossible hope floods my system. It's a foolish, desperate thing, but it's there. She believes me. And it doesn't matter, she adds, her voice breaking. The hope dies as quickly as it was born, turning to ash in my veins. What? I manage, my own voice a strangled sound. Cassandra, why? She pulls her hand away, wrapping her arms around herself, the blanket a useless shield against a chill that is coming from deep inside her. Because every time I close my eyes now, Quinn, I see that cliff, she said in a hollow, broken thing. Every time I hear the name Monarch, I feel like I'm falling. This place, your name, my name, it's all a nightmare that I'm living in. And I can't heal here. I can't breathe here. She finally looks up at me, her beautiful, tragic eyes full of a sorrow so profound it mirrors my own. I have to leave.
Chapter 27. Cassandra. The scent of summer in Havenwood, California is a thick, sweet perfume of sun-baked earth, honeysuckle, and latex paint. 6 months ago, I was choking on the smell of pine and tragedy. Today, I'm breathing. You missed a spot. I looked down from the top of the scaffold to see Maya, all of 16 years and 100 pounds of cynical defiance, pointing a paint-stained finger at a bare patch on the wall. She's got a streak of bright yellow paint across her cheek and a look in her eye that's daring me to argue. I didn't miss it. I call down, dabbing my roller in a tray of brilliant blue paint. I was leaving it for you. It looked lonely. She snorts, a rare and precious sound that's halfway to a laugh. Yeah, right. You're the boss. Bosses don't miss spots. This isn't a job, Maya, I say. rolling a fresh coat of blue onto the sun-bleached stucco. We're painting a mural on the side of the main building of the Havenwood project, the foundation I've poured every last drop of my inheritance and my soul into. It's a reclamation project. Reclamation? She asks, tilting her head. That's a $50 word for painting over a wall that some idiot tagged last week. The idiot who tagged it lives here, I remind her gently. And we're not painting over the cracks in the wall. We're making them part of the picture. There's a difference. I watch her consider that. Her tough girl facade softening for a moment. She looks at the sprawling mural taking shape, a riot of colorful abstract wings spreading across the old tired building. So the cracks are like the feathers? Exactly, I say with a smile. They're what make the wings strong enough to fly. She doesn't reply, just picks up a smaller brush and begins to fill in the spot she pointed out with a careful, meticulous hand. A comfortable, productive silence settles between us. This is my life now. It's scaffolds and paint fumes and teenagers who are pretending not to be broken. It's messy and exhausting, and it's the most real thing I've ever known. Later that afternoon, I'm in a different kind of sanctuary. Dr. Lena Anya's office doesn't smell like paint. It smells like old books and chamomile tea. It's a calm, quiet space where I have been painstakingly reassembling the shattered pieces of my life. You seem lighter today, Cassandra, Lena says from her comfortable armchair. She's a warm, sharp woman with kind eyes that don't miss a thing. The mural is coming along, I say with a small smile. It's hard to feel heavy when you spend 8 hours a day surrounded by that much yellow. It's more than the paint, isn't it? She asks, her voice a gentle probe. We've been working together for almost 5 months now. The woman who first walked in here wouldn't have made a joke about paint. She's right. The woman who first walked in here was a raw nerve, a ghost flinching from her own shadow. I have a name now, I say, the words feeling simple and profound, one that fits. Cassandra Wells Monarch, she says, testing it. How does that name feel to you today? I consider the question. For months, it felt like a war. 2 opposing identities locked in a battle for my soul. The quiet, resilient survivor versus the tragic, broken heiress. It feels whole, I finally say. Like 2 halves of a whole? No, I say, a new, hard-won certainty settling in my chest. Like one person who has lived 2 lives. Cassandra Wells is the one who taught me how to survive, how to be strong. Cassandra Monarch. She's the one who's teaching me where that strength came from. I'm not one or the other. I'm both. The cracks are part of the picture. Lena gives me a warm, genuine smile. That's a beautiful way to put it, and a profound step forward. She makes a small note in the journal on her lap. And where does Quinn Ashford fit into that picture? His name doesn't send a jolt of pain through me anymore. It's just a fact, a piece of the story. He doesn't, I say honestly. Not in the picture I'm painting now. But he's still a part of the original wall, isn't he? She presses gently. He's a ghost I'm learning to live with, I admit. Some days he's louder than others. I don't hate him anymore. I don't think I have the energy for it. But forgiveness, that's a different language. I'm not sure I'll ever be fluent. And that's okay, she says. Healing isn't about forgetting. It's about integrating. It's about letting the past be a part of your story without letting it be the whole story. The session ends, and I walk out into the warm, late afternoon sun feeling lighter. The word she used, it's true. The weight is still there, but I'm stronger now. Strong enough to carry it. My phone rings as I'm getting into my beat-up old truck. It's Bree. Don't tell me, I say, answering with a grin. A guest just complained that the sun was too sunny. Worse? Bree's voice crackles over the line, full of her signature dramatic flair. A guest tried to pay for his $1,000 dinner with exposure on his Instagram account. I told him the only thing he was going to be exposed to was our new and improved credit card machine. I laugh, a real, genuine sound. I miss you, you know that? I miss you too, she says, her voice softening. It's not the same here without you. The new girl they hired to replace you has the personality of a damp napkin. A beat of silence. How are you? For real. I'm good, I say, and the words are true. I'm painting. I'm talking. I'm building something. I saw the pictures you sent. The Havenwood project. It looks amazing, Cass. You're actually doing it. Trying to, I say, a small sigh escaping me. It's harder than I thought. Building something is one thing. Funding it is a whole other monster. Money troubles? Let's just say that my vast monarch inheritance is a lot less vast when you're trying to house and feed 20 teenagers and pay for a world-class therapist, I say, trying to keep my tone light. We're running on fumes. I've applied for a dozen grants, but they all take time. We have enough in the bank to make payroll next month, and that's about it. You'll figure it out, she says with a fierce, unwavering loyalty that makes my chest ache. You always do. I know, I say, though I'm not as sure as she is. I have to go, Bree. I've got a mountain of paperwork to tackle before I can call it a day. Go save the world, Monarch, she says warmly. Talk to you soon. I hang up, a small smile on my face. Back at the foundation's small, cluttered office, I attack the pile of bills and grant applications. The reality of my financial situation is a stark, ugly thing. Bree is right. I'll figure it out. But the how is a terrifyingly blank page. I'm in the middle of a particularly soul-crushing budget spreadsheet when my office manager, a kind, unflappable woman named Rosa, knocks on my open door. Special delivery for you, boss, she says, holding up a stiff cream-colored envelope. It's from a courier service, not the regular mail. Probably just another rejection letter for a grant, but with fancier postage. I say with a wry smile, taking it from her. But it's not a grant rejection. The return address is a corporate law firm I've never heard of. I slice it open with a letter opener, my brow furrowed in confusion. Inside is a single sheet of thick, expensive paper and a cashier's check. The letter is brief, a few lines of sterile, legalistic text. To the director of the Havenwood Project, please accept this anonymous donation in support of your foundation's mission. We wish you continued success in your endeavors. I look at the check. My breath catches in my throat. My hands start to tremble. The number is astronomical. It's enough to keep this place running for a year. It's enough to hire more staff, to expand the art program, to fix the leaky roof in the boys' dorm. It's a miracle. And then I spot it. At the bottom of the check, next to the bank's official logo, is the routing number. It's a long string of digits, meaningless to most. But I've seen it before. On the financial statements my lawyers showed me when I was liquidating my inheritance. It's the routing number for the private bank that exclusively manages the Ashford estate. The check flutters from my numb fingers onto the desk. The room, which a moment ago felt like a sanctuary of my own making, suddenly feels like a cage again. The money isn't a miracle. It's a message. It's a leash. He found me.
Chapter 28. Gwen. The California sun is a relentless, foreign thing. It bakes the asphalt of the quiet suburban street, drawing the sweet, unfamiliar scent of honeysuckle from the overgrown bushes lining a white picket fence. 6 months ago, my world was snow and shadows. This place is all blinding, unforgiving light. I stand on the perimeter of the estate, my rental car 100 feet behind me, a silent testament to my cowardice. I told myself I wouldn't do this. I told myself I would let her heal, that the greatest gift I could give her was my absence. But a man can only lie to himself for so long. The building is an old, sun-bleached Spanish-style mission, probably a decommissioned school or church. On the wide stucco wall facing the street, a massive, vibrant mural is taking shape. A pair of enormous, abstract wings, a chaotic and beautiful explosion of color. It's hers. I know it with a certainty that settles deep in my bones. I'm not here to apologize. Words are useless. I broke her with words, and I can't fix her with them. I'm not here to ask for forgiveness. It's not mine to ask for. I'm here because I had to see. I had to know that the life she was building was real. A group of teenagers spills out of the main doors, their laughter loud and easy in the afternoon heat. One of them, a girl with a streak of blue paint on her cheek, spots me. She stops, her laughter dying. She nudges her friend, and soon they're all staring at the man in the dark, out-of-place suit who is loitering at the edge of their sanctuary. Then the main doors open again, and she walks out. The sun catches in her hair, which is longer now, a wild, beautiful halo of curls piled loosely on her head. She's wearing paint-splattered jeans and a simple gray tank top that shows off the elegant lines of her shoulders. Her skin is glowing, kissed by the sun. She looks healthy, strong. She looks like a queen in her own kingdom. The girl with the blue paint says something to her, pointing in my direction. Cassandra turns and she sees me. Her body goes still. The easy smile on her face vanishes, replaced by a look of profound, unreadable stillness. She doesn't look scared. She doesn't look angry. She just looks. I don't move. I don't call out to her. The next move has to be hers. It has to be her choice. My heart is a frantic, useless thing in my chest, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, heavy silence. She says something to the teenagers, her voice too low for me to hear. They give me one last suspicious look before reluctantly dispersing, leaving the two of us alone, separated by 100 feet of sun-drenched pavement. And then she walks toward me. Her steps are not hesitant. They are not angry. They are measured, deliberate. The walk of a woman who is not running, but choosing to meet her past head-on. She stops a few feet in front of me. She's close enough that I can see the tiny flecks of gold in her dark, almond-shaped eyes. Close enough that I can smell the faint, clean scent of turpentine and the jasmine I remember from a lifetime ago. "What are you doing here, Quen?" she asks. Her voice is not the broken, whispered thing I last heard. It's calm, level. "I was in the area," I say. The lie is so weak, so transparent. It's pathetic. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips. "You're a terrible liar." "I'm out of practice," I admit, my own voice a low, rough thing. "I've been trying to tell the truth lately. It's harder." "Is it?" she asks, a genuine, quiet curiosity in her voice. "Or is it just new?" "Both," I say. "I came here to see this. What you've built." I gesture toward the building, the mural. "It's incredible, Cassandra." "It's a start," she says, her gaze following mine. "A reclamation project. For the building, or for you? The question is too personal, too forward, but it's out before I can stop it." She meets my gaze, and her eyes are clear, without a trace of the fear I put there. "For both," she says simply. "We're fixing the cracks together." The silence that falls between us is different now. It's not the angry, charged silence of our last encounter. It's an exploratory silence, a space where the past and the present are colliding. "Your uncle was convicted," she says, her tone matter-of-fact. It's not a question. I read about it. "He took a plea," I confirm, my jaw tightening. 20 years. He'll be out in 12. "And the company?" "I bought him out," I say, "and his cronies on the board. I liquidated a significant portion of my personal portfolio to do it. It cost me. But the company is clean now. The rot is gone." She just nods, absorbing the information. "That must have been difficult. It was necessary, I say. You can't build a future on a foundation of poison. She looks at me then, a long, considering look that feels like it's seeing right through the expensive suit and into the hollowed-out spaces inside me. Is that what you're doing? Building a new future? I'm trying to, I say, the admission a raw, honest thing. I'm trying to figure out how. She holds my gaze for a long moment. I see a universe of unspoken things in her eyes. The pain, the betrayal, but also a flicker of something else. Something I don't deserve. Something that looks a little like grace. Do you want to see it? She asks, her voice soft. The reclamation project. The invitation is an olive branch, a tentative, fragile bridge across the chasm between us. Yes, I say, my voice thick. Very much. She leads me through the gates, past the mural, and into the heart of the life she has built. It's a place of chaotic, vibrant life. Teenagers are laughing, painting, reading, arguing. The air is thick with the smell of possibility. She shows me the art studio, the small library, the communal kitchen. She talks about the kids, their stories, their struggles, their triumphs, with a passion that makes her glow. I just listen, a silent observer in her world. I see the way the kids look at her, with respect, with trust, with a fierce, protective affection. She didn't just build a foundation. She built a home. She built a family. She leads me finally to a small private cottage at the back of the property. Her house. It's simple, filled with books and plants and the beautiful, controlled chaos of her art supplies. Canvases lean against the walls, some finished, some just beginning. She makes tea, her movements calm and sure in the small, sun-drenched kitchen. We don't talk about the lodge. We don't talk about our past. We talk about her work, about the future of this place. The sun begins to set, casting long, golden shadows through the room. The conversation dwindles, leaving a comfortable, humming silence in its wake. I know I should leave. I've seen what I came to see. She's okay. She's more than okay. She's thriving. You're different, she says, a low murmur from across the small living room. I look at her, a painful, honest smile touching my lips. I'm trying to be. I take a breath, the truth a heavy, necessary weight on my tongue. I've been talking to someone, a therapist. The admission feels like stripping off a final layer of armor. 3 times a week. For 6 months. Her eyes widen slightly, but she says nothing. She just waits. I had to figure out who I was without the Ashford name dictating my every move, I confess, my voice a low, rough thing. Without my father's ghost, or yours, haunting every decision. I had to learn how to live with the man I was so I could figure out how to be a better one. She gets up from her chair and comes to me, her movements slow and deliberate. She stops in front of me, so close I can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. She reaches out, her hand hesitating for a moment before she gently places it on my cheek. Her touch is a quiet absolution, a shocking, gentle thing that makes my entire body ache. "Thank you for telling me that," she whispers. The conversation hangs between us, the unspoken words more lethal than the ones we shouted. The air in the grand entryway is thin, stripped of oxygen, leaving only the crackling, high-voltage current of our fury. I can see the frantic pulse beating in the delicate hollow of Cassandra's throat, a wild rhythm that mirrors the chaos in my own chest. The scent of her, jasmine, rain, and the clean, sharp ozone of her anger, is an intoxicating poison I can't stop breathing. My gaze drops to her mouth, her lips parted and wet, still shaping the echo of her last furious word. In that instant, the world fractures. All the logic, all the cold, calculated control that has been my armor for a decade doesn't just crack. It vaporizes. It burns away in the face of one singular, soul-deep, damning truth. I don't just want her. I need her. I need to be inside her, to fill her, to possess the very fire that is currently trying to burn me to the ground. One step is all it takes. One step closes the chasm between us, and I crash my mouth down on hers. This is not a kiss. It is a claiming. It is a punishment for her defiance, for my weakness, for this entire impossible situation. It's a raw, desperate battle for a control I know, with chilling certainty, I've already lost. Her lips are sealed, her body a rigid pillar of resistance. I growl against her mouth, a low, frustrated sound, and deepen the assault. My tongue swipes at the seam of her lips, demanding entry. My hand comes up, not gently, to fist in the thick silk of her hair, tilting her head back, forcing her to take the kiss, to take me. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version?
That's ready for you at BWWM.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixaVaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. There's something else, I finally say, a low rumble against her skin. Something you need to know. She lifts her head, her dark, swollen eyes finding mine in the dim light. What is it? I take a breath, the confession a poison I have to expel. To finalize the buyout, I had to liquidate some assets. There was no other way to raise the capital that quickly. I pause, letting her absorb the weight of my words before I deliver the killing blow. I sold the Monarch Crest Lodge.
Chapter 29. Cassandra. The piece is a fragile, shimmering thing. Lying here in the quiet of my own bedroom, tangled in my own sheets, with Kuin's arm a warm, solid weight around me, feels like a future I never dared to imagine. His heart beats a steady, reassuring rhythm against my ear. For the first time in 6 months, the ghosts are silent. There's something else. He rumbled in the quiet room, the vibration traveling through his chest into my cheek. Something you need to know. I lift my head, propping myself on an elbow to look at him. In the soft moonlight filtering through the window, his face is a landscape of shadows and vulnerability. The guarded, powerful CEO is gone, leaving only the man who has been to therapy 3 times a week. Okay, I say, my voice soft. What is it? He takes a breath, and I can feel the tension return to his body. To finalize the buyout, to make the company clean, I had to liquidate some assets. There was no other way to raise the capital that quickly. I just watch him, waiting. I have no idea where this is going. I sold the Monarch Crest Lodge. The words hit me with the force of a physical blow. I recoil, pulling away from him, the warmth of his body instantly replaced by a cold, gaping void in the bed. I sit up, clutching the sheet to my chest. You what? The words are a strangled whisper. I sold it. He repeats, his voice flat, but his eyes are fixed on mine, searching, pleading. The land, the building, the name, all of it. To a neutral third-party hospitality group. My home, I breathe. The room suddenly feeling small, airless. The lodge my parents built. You sold it? My voice rises, gaining a sharp, wounded edge. Just like that? Without asking me? Without even a conversation? Cassandra, please just listen. No. I cut him off, scrambling out of the bed, needing the distance. I find my discarded tank top on the floor and pull it on, a flimsy piece of armor. After everything we've talked about today, about truth, about choices, about building something new, you just made a decision like that? A decision about my legacy, my history, Without me? I stare at him, the old wounds tearing open. This is what he does. He analyzes a situation, makes a unilateral decision, and deals with the fallout. The CEO is not gone after all. He was just sleeping. Is that what you think this was? He asks, his voice tight with a pain that mirrors my own. He gets out of bed, pulling on his trousers, meeting me on my own 2 feet. He doesn't try to touch me. He just stands there, his hands held up in a gesture of surrender. Another executive order? Another asset being liquidated? What else am I supposed to think? I shoot back, my voice shaking. You took the last physical piece of my parents I have left in this world, and you sold it off to the highest bidder to solve a business problem. It was never your home, Cassandra, he says, his voice rising with a desperate, passionate force. Don't you see that? It was a mausoleum. It was a crime scene. It was a monument to a tragedy that my family and yours have been chained to for 15 years. He takes a step toward me. I didn't sell your home. I set us both free. You don't get to make that choice for me. I had to, he insists, his eyes blazing in the moonlight. Because our story, the one we might build together, it could never have started there. It was haunted. It was built on the ghosts of your parents and the ghost of my father. Our story has to be built on something new, on solid ground, on us. His words, the raw, desperate honesty in them, begin to chip away at the edges of my anger. He's not defending a business decision. He's defending a dream. What the hell does that mean? I whisper, my anger giving way to a new, bewildering confusion. I can't explain it, he says, his voice softening. Not with words. You're right. I made a decision without you, and that was wrong. So let me show you. Let me show you why. He glances at the clock on the nightstand. The sky outside is just beginning to lighten, the inky blackness giving way to a soft, bruised purple. Come with me. Please. He holds out his hand. My mind is a warring faction of distrust and a desperate, foolish hope. I look at his outstretched hand, then at his face, at the open, vulnerable plea in his eyes. This isn't a command. It's an invitation. I take his hand. We dress in a strange, charged silence and walk out into the cool, pre-dawn air of the garden. My garden. The one I have cultivated, weeded, and nurtured back to life. It's my sanctuary. The air is cool and smells of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. He leads me to the center of the garden, to a small stone bench surrounded by rose bushes. The sky is turning a pale pearlescent pink. He doesn't let go of my hand. When you left the lodge, he begins gently, you didn't just leave. You chose to build. You came here and you created this. He gestures to the foundation buildings, now just dark shapes against the lightening sky. You took your pain and you turned it into a sanctuary for others. I just watch him, my heart a tight, aching knot in my chest. I realized, he continues, his thumb stroking the back of my hand, that you can't fight a legacy of grief with money or with power. You have to fight it with a legacy of hope. He reaches into the inner pocket of his suit jacket, which he'd thrown on over his wrinkled shirt. He pulls out a long, rolled-up tube, not a contract, not a legal document. He unrolls it on the stone bench between us. It's a blueprint. It's a detailed architectural drawing of a sprawling, beautiful campus. I see dormitories, a larger art studio, a music room, a state-of-the-art library, and acres of green space. It's a dream, a wild, impossible dream. And then I see the title, printed in neat block letters in the bottom right corner. The Monarch Wells Center, a sharp hitch in my breathing. I look from the name on the paper to his face, my eyes stinging with a fresh wave of tears. You kept my name. Of course I did, he says in thick with emotion. He points to the blueprint. Wells is the woman who survived, who built this from nothing. Monarch is the woman who gives them a future they can believe in. They need both. You are both. Where? How? I whisper, my fingers tracing the lines of a building I've only dared to dream of. The proceeds from the sale of the lodge, he says quietly. And my own money, it's all here. Untouchable, in a trust for the foundation. He looks at me, his eyes shining with an intensity that takes my breath away. A legacy of hope, Cassandra, not grief. The sun is just beginning to crest the horizon, spilling golden light across the garden, across the blueprint, across his face. He lets go of my hand and slowly, deliberately, gets down on one knee in the soft, damp grass at my feet. He doesn't have a ring. He doesn't have a box. He just has the truth in his eyes. The first time we met, he uttered, I made you a business proposition. It was transactional. It was cold. It was the only language I knew how to speak. He looks up at me, and the entire, messy, beautiful, painful story of us is reflected in his gaze. I have no contracts to offer you this time, Cassandra. No penthouse suites, no deals. He reaches out and takes my hand, his grip warm and sure. Just my heart, and a promise. A promise to spend the rest of my life building a world with you that is worthy of the woman you are. He brings my hand to his lips, his kiss a soft, reverent vow against my skin. Cassandra Wells Monarch, he says, my name a prayer on his lips. Will you build a new life with me? Chapter 30. Cassandra. 1 year later, the sun is a warm, benevolent hand on my shoulders. The air in my garden smells of roses, freshly cut grass, and cake. From the small hill where the ceremony just took place, I can see it all. The sprawling, vibrant campus of the Havenwood Project, the laughter of the children chasing each other across the lawn, and the man in the light gray linen suit, my husband, currently engrossed in a story Arthur is telling, a rare, easy smile on his face. If you start crying, I'm going to start crying, and my mascara is way too expensive to be making a run for it. Bree appears at my side, pressing a glass of champagne into my hand. Her own eyes are suspiciously bright. She's stunning in a deep amethyst dress, the official color of her maid of honor duties. I'm not crying. I lie, taking a shaky sip of the champagne. It's just a lot. A lot is the understatement of the century, she says, linking her arm through mine. She surveys the scene, the joyful, beautiful chaos of our wedding party. You know, when you first told me you were going to go to that gala, I thought you were insane. When you told me you were going to give Koo and Ashford a second chance, I was pretty sure you'd sustained a head injury. And now? I ask, leaning my head on her shoulder for a brief moment. And now, she says, her voice thick with emotion, I'm watching you stand in the middle of a kingdom you built, married to a reformed billionaire who looks at you like you personally hung the moon and the stars. She squeezes my arm. So yeah, still think you're a little insane, but it turns out your brand of crazy is the best kind. Maya, now 17 and with a portfolio that just landed her a scholarship to the art school of her dreams, saunters over. She holds out a small, clumsily wrapped box. This is from all of us, she says, gesturing to the other kids. It's not, you know, a multi-million-dollar foundation, but it's whatever. I take the box, my heart swelling. Maya, you didn't have to. Yeah, we did, she says, a rare, soft smile on her face. You gave us a home. We figured we should give you a housewarming present. I open it. Inside, nestled on a bed of tissue paper, is a small hand-painted snow globe. It's a replica of the one from the basement, but this one is different. Inside, it's not the cold, imposing Monarch Crest Lodge. It's a painting of the small, sunny cottage Kuan built for us at the edge of the property. Our home. Oh, Maya, I whisper. The tears I promised Bree I wouldn't shed finally spilling over. It's stupid, I know, she mumbles, suddenly shy. It's perfect, I say, pulling her into a fierce hug. It's the most perfect thing I have ever seen. Later, it's Arthur's turn. He finds me by the rose bushes, his old eyes crinkling at the corners. Well, little bird, you did it. We did it, I correct him, taking his warm, weathered hand in mine. I couldn't have faced them without you, Arthur. You reminded me who I was. No, child, he says, patting my hand. I just reminded you of the story. You were the one who had the courage to write your own ending. He looks over at Kuan, who is now trying to mediate a very serious dispute between two 7-year-olds over who gets the last piece of cake. He's a good man, underneath all that money and sadness. He is, I agree. A wave of love so profound, it's a physical ache washing over me. He just needed to figure that out for himself. That night, in the quiet of our new home, the sounds of the party have faded, replaced by the gentle chirping of crickets. Kuan is standing in the middle of our bedroom, unknotting his tie, a look of quiet awe on his face. Happy, Mrs. Ashford Monarch? He asks, the new name a soft, playful thing on his lips. I walk toward him, kicking off my shoes. Is that my official title now? Sounds like it involves a lot of paperwork. I can have Isabel handle it, he says, a teasing glint in his eyes. He pulls me toward him, his hands finding my waist. No, I say, my own hands coming up to rest on his chest. I think I've had enough of other people handling my paperwork for one lifetime. The reference to our past hangs in the air, not as a shadow, but as a shared, acknowledged scar. He smiles, a real, genuine smile that reaches his eyes. Noted. He leans down, his forehead resting against mine. A year ago, in that room above the library. I never thought this was possible. I know, I whisper. I was still a ghost, hiding from the world. And now you've built a kingdom, he says, his voice full of a reverence that makes my heart ache. We've built a kingdom, I correct him softly. I take one of his hands from my waist and press it flat against my stomach. And we're about to expand our territory. He stiffens, his gaze snapping from my eyes down to where our hands are pressed against me. A look of dawning, uncomprehending wonder washes over his face. Cassandra? He breathes, his voice a question mark. I was going to tell you tomorrow, I say, my own voice trembling with the force of the secret I've been holding. But today just felt too perfect to end. He looks back up at me, his eyes wide, shining with an emotion so profound it takes my breath away. Are we? I just nod, a happy, tearful smile spreading across my face. We are, I confirm. It's early, but we are. He lets out a sound that is halfway between a laugh and a sob. He lifts me off the floor, spinning me in a circle, his joy a wild, unrestrained thing I've never seen from him before. He sets me down gently, his hands framing my face, his thumbs stroking my cheeks. A baby, he whispers, the word full of awe. The love we make that night is a form of prayer. It's a quiet, reverent celebration of the life we have built and the new life we are creating. There is no desperation, no healing, no frantic claiming. There is only the simple, profound truth of his body and mine, a language of love we now speak fluently. It begins in the soft moonlight filtering through our bedroom window, with a kiss that holds no questions, only answers. His hand comes up to cup my cheek, his thumb stroking my skin with a familiar tenderness that still makes my heart ache with a quiet, profound joy. I love you, Kuan, I murmur against his lips, the words as easy and essential as breathing. I love you, Cassandra. he whispers back, his voice a low, steady rumble that feels like home. The undressing is a slow, unhurried dance we both know by heart. My fingers find the hem of his worn t-shirt, the one I love to steal, and I pull it over his head, my palms stroking the hard, warm planes of his chest. His hands move to the silk straps of my slip, his gaze so full of adoration, it feels like a physical touch. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming. But the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixAvaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
The next morning, I wake to the soft gray light of dawn. Kuen is still sleeping, one arm slung protectively over my waist, his face peaceful in the early light. A feeling of pure, unadulterated joy settles deep in my bones. I watch him for a long time. My heart so full it feels like it might burst. Carefully, I slip out of bed, pulling on his soft, worn t-shirt that he leaves out for me, and pad into my studio next door. The room is my favorite in the entire house, with a wall of windows that overlooks the garden. I pick up my sketchbook, a new energy humming through me. I don't draw the landscape. I don't draw faces. I sit in the armchair by the window, the soft light spilling across the page, and I begin to design a future. The gentle curve of a crib, a mobile of tiny smiling stars and crescent moons, a bookshelf that I will fill with stories I was never told, stories of magic and adventure and unconditional love. I'm so lost in the drawing, in the quiet joy of creation, that I don't hear him come in. I only know he's there when his strong arms wrap around me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. He's warm from sleep, his familiar clean scent enveloping me in a cocoon of safety and love. He's quiet for a long moment, his gaze on the page in my lap. I feel his smile against my hair before I hear it in his voice. What's my beautiful wife, the brilliant artist, creating this morning? He asks, his voice a low, sleepy rumble in my ear. My heart stutters as he sees it. The crib, the rocking chair, the future we created in the dark. His arms tighten around me, his hands coming to rest in a warm, protective cradle over my still flat stomach. The gesture is so full of love, of awe, it brings tears to my eyes. He presses a soft, lingering kiss to my temple. Room for one more, he whispers. I lean back into his embrace, into the solid, unwavering strength of him. The sun is streaming through the window now, warm and full of promise. I am home. Always, I say.